In the early 1990s, Nintendo released what would go on to become my all-time favorite game. It isn't particularly well known or overly popular, but those who have played it know just what an incredible adventure it is. Due to it being more obscure, it hasn't had the attention put on it that other games have received, and as a result, there are still many secrets lying within, just waiting to be discovered. That changes today. This is StarTropics. This video consists of 5 distinct sections, those being Overworld, items, enemies, graphics, and dungeons. I've timestamped all of them so you can watch as many or as few of them as you like. Pick those which interest you the most. However, I should warn you that sometimes things from later sections will reference those from previous sections, so it will make the most sense if you watch the video all of the way through. Although I am happy to say that every section has at least one, and in many cases several things which were never seen in the released game, nor are documented anywhere online at this time, so I hope that you enjoy seeing all of that. All of the research, including the RAM map, which you can find in the description, Lewis scripts, and discoveries that you see in this video are my own unless otherwise stated. There will be times here and there where we reference some things perhaps already on the cutting room floor, but as of the release of this video, if you go and check the article for StarTropics, you will see next to nothing. This is going to increase the amount of StarTropics unused content out there a millionfold. I hope that you enjoy. So without further ado, let us begin. So StarTropics is divided into 2 different parts. You have the overworld exploration sections where you're walking around, talking to characters and progressing the story, and then later on you'll see the battle stages in the dungeons where you're actually fighting enemies and all that sort of stuff. But we're going to start with some, more basic overworld things. But don't worry, things are going to get real exciting real quick. And as we normally do, we are going to have a look at the RAM over on the right here, because these are values that the game is using in real time to make all sorts of different things happen. So it's going to be a mix, of course, of showing things that I've discovered which have never been used before, as well as just kind of showing some general RAM map functions, such as address 1 right here, which is currently a 1. And that is because we are in chapter 1. So if we go into good old Coral Cola right here, brings us into the village as you would expect. But something that's kind of fun to do is if we switch that to an O2, now it will think that we're in chapter 2. So if we go into this village, the place that it directs us to would be wherever that room pointer is, but equivalent to chapter 2's terms, which is on top of this lighthouse here. And then if we do that again, let's try chapter 3, for example. Let's see where it takes us. Now we're at the back of Miracola. We go out here. You can see this is clearly not where we were just a bit ago. So you can have some fun kind of bouncing around the game, seeing where different things take you if you mess with what chapter the game thinks you're in. And I tried to do this to find some perhaps undiscovered overworld rooms, but have not had any luck with that as of yet, but you can definitely feel free to give that a try. Let's do 06. Where it's going to take us if we enter 06 here, way ahead into the game. And look at that, we're on an island out in the sea when you're searching for Dr. J. In fact, this might be the Big Apple Island, and look how it actually places sub-sea in the kind of parking spot there, as if we had driven it there ourselves. It's a Big Apple, everybody! One of the biggest enigmas of this game. You pick it up, but apparently it does a whole lot of nothing. I am unfortunate to say that I have not yet discovered just what is up with the Big Apple. Is it really just a joke? It probably is, good old New York reference, because StarTropics likes its Americanisms, and it's a reference to, you find big hearts which increase your health. But, it's kind of a fake out in that regard. But you know what? I'm not satisfied with that Big Apple being eaten and gone. Let's look at value 120 here. And these are the items that we currently have in our inventory on the Overworld map from 120 to 123. You can see we don't even have any weapons yet, so we can change that. 01 would naturally be the yo-yo. But, you know, let's get extreme here. Let's go way ahead. Let's give Mike the supernova, the best weapon in the game that you don't normally get way until the end. Well, you know, we can get that whenever we like with that. But how about some other things too? Like I said, I want that big apple back. Actually, I wanted to leave that as that was. Now let's put 08 here. Because 08 is equivalent to the big apple, something that you don't normally keep in your inventory, but you can put it there if you wish. And what more fitting to go with an apple than perhaps the worm at OA? Instead of going through that big rigmarole to get it and take it back to the parrot, you can just beam it into your inventory. No problemo. But you know, all this adventuring, it's getting rather tiresome. Maybe if we just do an OBOCOD, have a look at what's in our inventory then. Mike had all the magic cubes all along. No need to go on an adventure. It's done. They were in his pocket. Who knew? Exceeding OD, however, unfortunately gets you into some glitch territory, which doesn't appear to do all that much. Just kind of looks like garbage in your inventory down there, but, you know, fascinating nonetheless. And otherwise, down here, you know, we got some items now. You know, the hearts, we'll deal with that in due time, but the points, I don't have 0 score. I never have 0 when I play video games. So we're gonna go to 114. It should be right around here, and this is where our score is being kept at. And it's interesting because a lot of what we deal with over here is in hexadecimal. So we have a 16 different values. It goes up to F before looping back to 10, and then to 1F before going back to 20. And then, you know, that's kind of how we have to do some conversions perhaps sometimes when calculating what numbers things are. Like right here, this OF, you know, that's actually like the 15th item because it went to 09, then OA, OB, C, D, E, F. And then that's how you get that. But like right here, for example, or was it 114? It was 114. When we're entering our score, we actually keep it decimal. So 114, 115, and 116 are your score, and it skips the first digit here. So again, imagine that we're entering a decimal number. So we're going to put 0, and because we like a massive score, we're going to do 9, 99, 99, and now if we close this window and reopen it, you can see we got a maxed out score, which is never normally possible. The max is usually just over 90,000. So if someone shows you that, you can tell them that they've been cheating. And if we enter, say, an extra 9 where that 0 was, nothing happens. It doesn't display that digit. But there you go. If you've ever wanted to mess around with the score counter, let's just enter something absolutely absurd. And there you go. That's our score now. So not too difficult there. But what else can we do here? Let's go back to good old Coral Cola. Beam ourselves back to the beginning of the game. Maybe we'll lay off on the cheating just a little bit. Another thing you can do is you can bring up text boxes anytime you like if you know the code for it. So actually, right now we've got a thing here, which is... Oh, no, I don't want 5.1. We're not in chapter 5.1. All right, 150... is the current text box that's being brought up. So like if we type 8.1 into there, that's the text box for telling us what chapter we're on. Sometimes you might get stuck, like in this case will probably go away if we press the A button. But you know, obviously we're bringing up text boxes in ways they shouldn't be. So if you then put an 00 into 151 here, it'll get rid of that text box. Sometimes you might find ones that crash the game. Like let's do 8.2 and see what happens. 8.2, it's not putting out anything that really makes any sense. And again, pressing A is not going to end the text box here, but if we just get rid of that with some 00, we got no problem. How about we try 90? See what 90 is all about. We got a big heart, everybody! That's one way to increase your health. No actually like searching for the big hearts required. Just beam them into your inventory there. How about 9.2? Let's see what 9.2 is all about. This island has some secret tunnels. Try searching for them. Now that's really interesting. When I first came across this, I was puzzled. I don't think I've ever seen this text box in the game. And then I kept reading and it said, please visit my wife at our south house. She enjoys company. And what I realized this was, and it's funny because we were just there, is the lighthouse from chapter 2. If we go in here, look at what he says. I maintain the lighthouse, so you're looking for a boy dolphin. Please visit my wife at our south house. She enjoys company. Okay. So what about these tunnels? Well, if you talk to him again, he changes what he says. So do I have to go through the whole game now talking to everybody twice? I don't know if I've ever really done that. So there's possible that there's even more text in there that I haven't seen, but this caught me so off guard seeing a piece of text about secret tunnels. I'm like, that doesn't sound like anything I've read, but there you go. So now let's try entering 9.3. And this would be the text that you get when you go and talk to the wife. But what's interesting is that this is not how it looked when I entered it previously, and is not what I wanted to show you. And again, the point I was trying to make is one similar to the husband there, where again, I don't know how much of the game is particularly like this, but when I entered that the first time, the reason I thought it was quite notable is because she says something completely different if you come back in and talk to her. Like, you do this, you talk to her, she says about the bottle and the clue to the lost dolphin. She was saying something differently, and I'm determined to show it to you. You leave the house, you come back in because, for some reason, no, there's no way she was not saying this before. Okay. How come she's not saying the thing I want her to say? Is it because, do I have something enabled here I shouldn't have? I don't have any cheats enabled. Oh, maybe it's because we need to talk to him about the secret tunnels? And then if we go back, make sure he says the part about the secret tunnels. Let's go back in here. It's possible that by... See, now she says, oh, not again. Walk and search for a secret way. Like, I've never seen that. And that was what was originally coming up when I entered 9.3 here. Okay, so again, just these weird cases in the game where it's like people's text change depending on certain things. And you can see how hard it was for me to get her to say this. So again, it might be something that most people don't know is in there because it caught me off guard for sure. I mean, anyone who's a seasoned StarTropics player doesn't even really talk to her. You just know, I mean, actually you have to make the bottle spawn, but you're certainly not going to talk to her twice. And what she's referring to is you can walk into the wall here to get over to that little sandy area and get that bottle. What you might not see on a CRT television is that there is like an ever so slight little difference in the sand here, I guess to indicate that these are the walls that you can go through. But like, on a CRT, I never saw that. That is so obscure. And it essentially, you know, it makes sense why she would have an extra text box, because there's probably a lot of people back in the day who did get confused and would go back and try to figure out what exactly was going on. But yeah, there you go. Again, I might have made a bigger deal about that than I should have, but hopefully it was interesting to everyone. So next time, the next thing we're going to do next time, yeah, video's over, everyone. No, we have a long way to go. I'm looking at my list over here. Good thing I don't have any plans for the rest of the day. Let's head on back to Chapter 1. So one thing that happens in StarTropics sometimes is you need to talk to a bunch of people before you can progress in the game. It's one of like the defining features of StarTropics is forcing you to talk to everyone. Like, he won't let you in there until you set certain flags. And just that's kind of, you know, what we think is just you got to talk to everyone, right, to make a move out of the way. Well, not quite. I have written a Lewis script. You can see it at the bottom down there that shows us our talk points so that we know just what's happening as we talk to the different villagers in the village. So right here, welcome to Coral Cola. Well, that was worth 2 points. And if we go down here and talk to this guy, he says, welcome to Sea Island, and we got no points for that. So as you can see, some conversations are worth more than others. Talk to this guy, Mike, you're an ace pitcher. Teach him how to throw a ball sometime. That was worth a whopping 4 points. Asking to play baseball is much more important than an introductory greeting. So what exactly is going on here? Allow me to reload and show you this again. Alright, so we're heading back into the village. Nobody has been talked to yet. This time, let's talk to the Sea Island guy first. And now he adds 2, but if we go back and talk to the Welcome to Coral Cola guy, he adds nothing. Let's talk to another person. We got the baseball person there. How about the person inside this house? Have you met our chief yet? He's waiting for you. That was worth 8 points. So what is clearly happening here is talking to different NPCs flips a bit, and that's why one conversation was worth 2, one conversation was worth 8, and since only one of these guys seems to give you 2, that means that some NPCs are assigned to the same bit to flip after you talk to them. So like, after you talk to this guy, it flips the 2 bits, so you get those 2 points, but then it's already flipped, so talking to him again, it just leaves it flipped, so you already get that 2. And then over here, she flips the 8 bits, so you get 8, so 8 plus 2 is 10. And then let's talk to like this character, for example, Miss Coral 1990. We got 4 for that one, so there's the 4 bit up to 14. Look what told me about you feel like we're old friends, and look at that one, way up to 30, so that was the 16 bit. And that's kind of how the conversations work. So what's going to happen is you're going to start talking to people now who don't give you any more points. So there's the 1 bit because their bit has already been flipped. See, he didn't give us any points, but if you reset, put the points back to 0, he would be assigned to one of those bits that's probably already flipped. So with this, you can find the optimal way of talking to everyone and getting the maximum required to progress through the game. And depending on the town or the village or whatever you're doing, that value is going to be different. I believe inside of the first village here, it's like 63. So let's see if we can get that up ever so slightly more. This guy talking about shooting stars. There you go, it's 63. So now we should be able to go into this door, right? What? He's still telling us to get lost, and that's because, of course, there's one very other important factor that happens in this village, and that's you talk to good old Chief Coral Cola here and get the yo-yo. So part of the requirement for getting past this guy is having 63 talk points as well as having the yo-yo in your inventory. So let's bump this up to 01. So we don't have yo-yo right now. I believe I just put it in there correctly, and I'll admit that I've already checked. So it could be 01 or it could be 03. So it might just check that there's an item in the first slot regardless of what it is. And now he should let us by. No reason to talk to the chief whatsoever. So that's kind of a look inside the game's logic and how these, town portions are working. We got to go around and yap with a bunch of people. And I don't believe I mentioned that this value is found at 11A, the value that we're looking at right now. So like 63, 11A. Where is 11A? Not here. Right here. So 3F, the equivalent of 63. And in some cases, there will be an additional flag which gets set here, like in the case of Miracola. When you talk to everyone, I think it's like 251 or something is what gets you into the chief's hut, and then talking to the chief gets you up to 255, and then when you have to go see Bananette in bed before you're allowed to leave, that flips this extra bit to 1. So let's see if we can go to Miracola for a second. Yeah, so like this village right here, so you can see you go in here, you start talking to people, and it starts increasing your talk points. But if we skip to after the village, because we don't need to go around and talk to everyone again, so let's skip to when we're on the other side, which would be right here. You can now see that this value, the talk points are at FF, so 255, as well as that additional flag being set to 1, which allowed us to leave. So another strange thing in Chapter 3, which was at one point the cause for much discussion on the StarTropics message boards back in like 2005, is Poe's poem. So let's talk about that. Oh boy, Poe's poem. The conversation we once had. So if we go to the very end of chapter 5 here before you enter the chapter 3 before you enter the 5th and final level of chapter 3, there's this little hut. And you go in here and you talk to this guy. And he says, "I'm Poe, the famous poet of Southern Island. You like my poems? Raindrops from heavens, fountains spring from earth, lifting my spirits high." And, okay, what's the point of that? Well, if we go to Chapter 6 now, the first place that you get to in Chapter 6 called How Do You Do a Cola? Yes, it's actually called that. So here we are. We're going to go in here. We're going to see, I think if we talk to this guy, he says, "Welcome to How Do You Do Cola? Boy, I'm a game master. Name Poe's poem." So we just talked to Poe. And we heard his poem, but I don't recall him saying what the name of it was. Are you a game master? So what this is a reference to is inside the StarTropics instruction manual, it says to play the review mode. Now, what the review mode is allow us to actually go to the file select screen for a second. All right, so put us in chapter 8, reset. And now the save data will look correct. So yeah, everyone always says that this screen looks a lot like Zelda. I mean, it was an efficient way of having a file select system back in the day, so of course they're going to reuse it. But the difference between Zelda is StarTropics is a fairly linear game, very narrative driven, so there's not much going back to places that you've already been in the past. You can only really play, chapters as they are in order. But what the review mode allows you to do is you can then go back to any chapter that you've already beat and experience it again without having to start a new file and play through the entire game and such. So in the instruction manual, what it says then is that game masters always play the review mode to go back and look for any clues that they may have missed. And why is this relevant? Because that guy saying he's a game master is a reference to the fact that Poe only tells you the name of his poem if you're playing on review mode. It's so convoluted, it's ridiculous. So let's get back to the end of chapter 3 then. That's not where I meant to go. Outside of level 3-5. So go in here, talk to him again. And is he going to tell us the name of his poem this time? No, he's not. And that's because the save state was not made while we were playing the game on review mode. But we have technology. We can fix that. If we go way down to 992, value 992 in the RAM map here, we can see that it is currently a 0. If we change that to a 1, you can even see down on my little HUD down here that I put in Lua along with the talk points that it added an R there to indicate that this is now review mode chapter 3. So you can see 0, no R, put that 1 back. So now the game thinks that we are playing on review mode. Let's talk to him, see if he says anything different. I'm gonna name my poem Splash in the Fountain or Climb Up the Mountain. And now you know the name of Poe's poem. The problem with that being, though, it doesn't matter whether you know it or not. You can't go back and enter it into that guy's kind of blank spaces. There's no input there. It's just literally asking, do you know the poem? I was so desperate to figure out what was going on. I even plugged in my Famicom keyboard, being like, this is it. This is finally going to be the way to input some characters, but no, he's literally just asking if you're a game master and have played the review mode and heard the name of the poem for whatever reason. And that is the currently only known place in the game where there is a text variation if you are playing on review mode, or like any sort of variation. There's no other known differences at this time between playing through the game normally and on review mode. But considering everything else that seems to be hidden in the game, you never know what other difference might be lurking there. You just need to, talk to someone 10 times before their text box changes or something like that. But okay. I mean, and the other funny thing about that too is, it mentions going and searching for hidden clues. Like, Chapter 3 is the longest chapter in the game, and that's not so much a clue because you already need to jump into the fountain to beat level 3-5, so by not knowing the title of the poem until after you've already beat the chapter seems counterintuitive, but hey, who am I to question the game masters out there? So the next thing we're going to look at is position 3-2 is our X position, and 3-4 is our Y position. So if we go up here, say we want to beam ourselves to the other side of this rock, where's 3-2? 3-2 here is 7-8. You can see each time we step to the left, it goes 6-8, 5-8, 6-8, 7-8. So if we change that to 9-8, and now we move, you can see we're on the other side here. It did cause a little bit of glitchiness though. And then over here, similarly, if we want to go down there, we want to skip 3 spaces down. So we're at B8 right now. So that'd be C8, D8. If we put E8, we should beam ourselves to the other side of that rock. And again, things look graphically wrong, but things are actually still in the places that they were before. But this is complicated. Entering digits in there, trying to kind of maneuver ourselves around to maybe explore some parts of the map that you can't walk on in normal gameplay. But that's where the debug code comes in. Now, this is courtesy of the cutting room floor. There is debug functionality left over inside of StarTropics that we are going to experience today. We're going to bring over our cheat window here, and there's a lot of cheats going on as to the extent I've been diving into this game. It almost became an addiction at one point, which is why we're cutting it here. Everything I'm showing today, that's it. No more StarTropics for me after this video. So if you enter, basically what happens is 8001. If we go to 8001, which is like way into the future, you can see it's 0. When that is set to 1, that tells the game to do some debug things. And we can set it to that by entering this Game Genie code. And I think if you're doing it on real hardware, there's a different Game Genie code you have to use. So be sure to check out the StarTropics Cutting Room Floor article. But now, we're good to go. And in fact, my Lewis script had a thing to tell us when debug mode was turned on. Let me get that on for you all so that you can see. There you go. So now it says debug down there. And if we turn this, and if we turn the cheat off, no debugs, you can see when we have the debug mode on. And what the debug mode allows us to do is a couple of interesting things. If we hold the start button, we can walk through walls, and you can see how that kind of makes some weird stuff happen with Poe's house there. Let's go outside and let's just walk right over the mountain. No need to worry about the fountain when you can just walk on the mountain. Get up to that hermit. Other interesting things that it allows you to do are if we enter a level and we hold the select button, I believe it is, and we walk back out of the level, it instant beats the level for you. So something that's already documented on the cutting room floor is this hermit. As you can see, you can only talk to him from the right, and that ends the chapter. You never see him again after this. But if we talk to him from behind, he actually has a from behind sprite that otherwise you never see because you can't normally stand here and talk to him like this. Other debug functionality includes if you hold start and reset the game, it allows you to pick what dungeon you want to go to, and it says 2-0 because it just starts from 0. Like otherwise, chapter 5 has 1 dungeon, chapter 6 has 3 dungeons technically, one of them being that weird kind of blue one. But yeah, so if you see 0, that's actually like the first dungeon of chapter 1, the first dungeon of chapter 2. And unfortunately, there's no like super secret lost dungeon here. All the ones that we know and love from the main game are accounted for. If you press select and reset, does anything happen? Select takes you instantly to the ending, so if you've always wanted to know how StarTropic ends but don't want to play it, you can do that one. But the most interesting of them all is if we hold start and select and reset. This allows us to go to the beginning of any chapter that you want. And as you can see, chapters 1 through 8, no big problem. But what is interesting about this? And of course, the first thing you might think of is what happens if we exceed that. So I'll definitely show you as soon as I get my note here. So 5.3a is where, well, that's flickering, the value that this is currently set to is at. So 5.3a, where's 5.3a? So 5.3a is currently 06. And as you can see, 08 is 09, which is strange, very strange. Let's change that then to OA, one above 09. And let's see, actually, I should probably show you what happens if we just do it normally. So you click it, chapter 8, bada boom, bada bing, the final battle. No effort required, although you're still gonna have to beat the final level. So good luck with that one. But let's hold start and select and reset that again. And now we're here. So again, it's on chapter 1, it shows 02, but let's exceed what's normally the maximum. Maybe there's a secret chapter after chapter 8 that we can experience. So OA, A, black screen, nothing. All right, well, let's try that again. Hold start, select, reset. Let's try chapter 00. Nothing. Black screen. Hold start, select, and reset. But why does it start at 02? Like, that's so strange, right? That chapter 8 would be value 09. What if we reduce it by 1 to the proper 1 and try starting now? We get an unused chapter starting frame. Unfortunately, nothing happens past this. As you can hear, we get some glitchy sounds. But this is really interesting because the other values that we tried gave us nothing. So the fact that there is a frame here, but it doesn't work properly, does that perhaps suggest that there were going to be 9 chapters in StarTropics at one point, and this one went unused? In StarTropics 2, there are 9 chapters, with the first one essentially just being kind of a prologue before you actually get into the gameplay in chapter 2. So maybe StarTropics 1 was going to be similar, there was going to be a prologue before chapter 1, and then they just cut that out, and who knows how things might have got rearranged from there. But I find this fascinating, that there is this unused frame, and the way that the menu works, it feels like perhaps there was going to be an additional chapter at some point. And yeah, that's crazy. Perhaps some further diving could be done to see if there's any more remnants of that. But otherwise, what we're going to do now, that was very exciting, but we're going to go back to the end of 3-5. Chapter 3 is where all the excitement is at. Let's go back to Poe for a second. So we saw what happens when you try to talk to the hermit from behind. You can see at the bottom there that we still have debug mode on. So what if we try to talk to this guy from behind? So as you can see, unfortunately you can't, because of the way that these indoor sections work. When you're standing on top of solid tiles, it doesn't act as if you're inside the house. So we can't talk to him from behind, but I have a trick, because his sprite gets reused in chapter 5. So, they're clearly trying to not let us talk to him from behind, just like the hermits. Let's go to chapter 5 for a second. All right, go into the village here, where we'll find a guy with the exact same sprite, but he's got some different clothes on. And this time we can get in behind. And talking to him just has glitchy graphics, because this is another guy, or rather this guy for some reason has no back-facing sprite programmed in, despite the fact that, using this method we can talk to him from behind. Meanwhile, the hermit for some reason does have a back-facing sprite. So who knows what's up with that, but I thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, obviously being able to walk through walls can kind of break a whole bunch of stuff. Let's see where else we can go that you're normally not supposed to be able to. So, as mentioned, StarTropics is fairly linear. You don't normally get to return back to the beginning of a dungeon after you beat it, and in the few cases that you do, it just doesn't let you re-enter. But so, in chapter 1 right here, for example, let's beam ourselves back to Coral Cola here, and let's check out what happens if we try to go back into the dungeon after beating it. So we get the cutscene that happens before level 1, but now there is a door. So again, it's interesting that I think it's 2-1 and 3-3 are the only dungeons in the game that you have any chance of trying to re-enter after you've beaten them, but it shows that every level in the game makes sure that if you try to re-enter a level that you've beat before, it puts this door here so that you can't actually go into it. So just thought I would point that out. Staying on Sea Island though, and I should warn you that there's going to be spoilers in this video. Like, I can't really prevent that, considering there's going to be some content that is unused and just interesting that happens later into the game. I highly recommend you play StarTropics. It's my favorite game. It is so good, and maybe through this video you'll see an angle of it that you never knew existed, because unfortunately hardly anybody talks about this game. And you'll still want to check it out, but we're going to the end. I gotta admit, we're going right to the end. But maybe first I'll demonstrate that in chapter 1. So chapter 1, you go through the cave I just showed you, you come out this side, you talk to Babu over here who gives you the code for the submarine. We'll just skip that conversation. Sorry, Babu! I'll talk to you next time. And then you go in here, which is Dr. J's laboratory, and you get on subsea, and the chapter ends. But at the very end of the game, you revisit Sea Island. And the question is, what happens if we then try to go into the laboratory then? Because you can't go into the dungeon, you can't ever get to that exit over there, because the game's over. You beat the game, boss is done, happy times ensue inside the village now. But let's just kind of go whoop. As you can see, no Babu. Alright, we're gonna find the super secret 9th chapter when we go inside the laboratory. You can't go inside subsea here. Oh, and it freezes. But I mean, hey, it's something you can do if you really want to. And since we're on the topic of the laboratory, even here in chapter 1 where you normally can reach it, you've likely noticed that you can normally only ever enter the left side. So let's see what happens if we enter it from the right here. It's unfortunately the exact same cutscene, however, still something that you normally can't do in the original game. So in chapter 3, there is a point where you need to cross a gap in level 3-4, but before you can do that, you have to go and play level 3-3, get a crystal ball so that you can enter Shikola and learn the secret of crossing the strait. So we can jump on the switch as much as we want right now. and nothing will happen because we haven't gone through that whole rigmarole yet. Let's go inside She-Cola. Using the debug mode here, because that's what we can do. Go over here. Go right through you. And before we can talk to the head warrior, I believe we also have to get the shooting star. So let's do that. And I want you to watch what happens when I talk to the head warrior to the talk points at the bottom left, which is currently 255. The head warrior, you want to travel west, listen, shout abracadabra, and then jump 10 times at the tunnel's end, and our talk points have been lowered to 0. So now if we go back to that part, and if we just hold start, we can walk right out of here, no change required, but the game will handle that for us. And now we walk back to level 3-4. Wait for the game to save our progress. Thank you so much. Let's head through the door. And now you can hear the sound effect. The switch is working as intended. So it's not that a separate flag is set after talking to the head warrior. It's actually, this works when your talk points are set to 0. So if we then load our state back to before we've even entered Maricola, before we've done all the talking there. So here we are. We talked before about how you go in here, you go through this village, Bananette and all that. Takes you up to 255 talk points. The ultimate skip in StarTropics would be if you could get out of Maricola without going through all the conversations, leaving your talk points at 0, you would still have to beat level 3-2. But then instead of going up through this and to the Ghost Village and then She-Cola, you could go directly to level 3-4. And then because your talk points are already 0, this switch will work without any of the ghost tunnel stuff. So again, that's like, that would cut like 10 minutes off of a StarTropics playthrough if someone could just figure out how to get out of Maricola without talking to anybody. It cuts out a massive chunk of the game. So I thought that was kind of fascinating, how this thing here works. It's not an extra flag being set, it's just when you don't talk to anyone, victory awaits. So we're not done with Maricola quite yet. I know we've seen a lot of this village. It is the biggest village in the game. It definitely, if you've played StarTropics before, stands out as like the most. You gotta walk around and do a whole bunch of stuff here. But I did want to point out very quickly this bottom right part of the map, which anyone who's played StarTropics maybe notices down there, but it's like you never actually get to walk down there. What's up with that? Well, of course, using our code, we can jump over these trees and see that the river actually includes a little bit past what you're normally able to view in-game, and then ends rather abruptly. So the way that maps and villages, these sub-maps work, is that they exist within a box where when you walk outside of the box, you are booted back to the overworld. But as long as you don't actually go outside of that box, even though it looks like you're outside of the village here, this is still fair game because it's within that box where you can tell where this river ends. If we go one more down from here, that's the end of that box. So then you might ask, how does the kind of special exit of this village existed? And the reason I was able to walk out of the box slightly there is because I was holding start. The debug code does allow you to walk outside the boxes ever so slightly there. But then we have this special exit, right? So how come this time it takes us to the right side of the village and allows us to proceed on with the game? And that's because this is actually a special warp tile that's, actually within the village's box, which just makes it look like when you step on it, you are leaving the village. So a little bit of behind the scenes trickery there. Something else that might interest you that we can actually see over here on the right is this is all of the sprites that are currently loaded within the map that we're on. 8.0 are ones that are currently off screen, while this CO is actually this guy. And as you can see, he doesn't say anything all that interesting right now. This is an interesting value right here, the fourth from the right. So, 323, 303, any of these ones that end with 3 here, this is the text box that will be brought up when you talk to them. So like A4 right now is just a bunch of lines because it's not happy that our talk points are at 0. What if we change that to A5? Should say something different now. Or how about A6? Just hanging out. He's the Chief of Miracola. So yeah, so you can kind of mess around with different text boxes and, you know, sprites like that, which is pretty cool. And some of this information over here on the right is things like positioning data and all that. So you can have some fun, the graphics that they use, and you can see how different ones are turning into COs as they come on screen. But if we walk away, you know, like that guy just turned into an 8-0, but then this CO down here loaded, or now that person's, you know, gone. So now this is the only person that's loaded. So you can have some fun doing different things like that. And that leads into what I think is the last thing I want to talk about in Miracola. And see, we can, you know, skip right over this guy who doesn't want us in here. Is we have Bananette, who's sick in bed, central part of chapter 3 here. But what you might not realize is that this is actually a sprite, the covers and all, so you never actually get to see the entire bed under there. We have an EO, which is actually an invisible sprite. I believe Bananette is this CO right here, because 7.6 I think is the graphics that it uses. So like, let's change this to like just something completely random. No? Maybe? Let's do FF, our favorite. Yeah, see, that's how we like it. Okay, so actually one, OO. And now we got good old Mike just kind of dancing on the bed there. So if we get rid of the sprite altogether, so we turn that to OO, you can now see what the bed actually looks like underneath, but we can actually still interact with it because for whatever reason, Bananette wasn't the sprite that you're talking to. It's an invisible one, EO, which exists in the exact same spot as Bananette did, where if we, you know, do this now, and then we press A, it's not there anymore, but if we press EO to bring it back, now there's just an invisible sprite that you're able to interact with on top of the bed. So why didn't just make the Bananette one the one that you could interact with, and then not to put this invisible one on top of her is really odd. And this trick is also used in other cases, like if there's a table in front of someone and no, they're standing behind the table, you're pressing A on the table, there's actually this invisible sprite on top of it. It's not like the game knows that you're talking to the person on the other side of the table. Let's just have some fun here though. So that's CB, let's do like 6.6. What do you get if you talk to sprite 6.6? Ooh, this is gonna be good. Alright, this is definitely in the cockpit of Subsea here. Welcome aboard! Whoa, this is the twist I never saw coming. He's just been Rob the Robot all this time. This is kind of silly. Alright, and I think that probably crashed it. But yeah, funny stuff like that. That gets me thinking though, what if we had gone back to chapter 1 and done 6.6? Would that have activated that cutscene properly? Or is that just like some weird garbage cutscene that never gets used in the game? Alright, so let's go talk to Babu, but instead of talking to him normally, now that we know how the sprites here work, let's change his text box to 6.6 and see what we get. Oh, we get the boss music with like a really creepy graphic, and look at how it's like red. That's pretty funky. Again, complete glitch or leftovers of something that might have been at one point? Hard to say. And since we're on Sea Island now, allow me to show you one more thing here. Where if we look a little further down here in the 400 section, we can actually see some numbers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the different components of the map that make up where we are currently located. So as you can see, Sea Island, it's pretty square. The upper left half is map part 1, and then this is segment 2, and then segment 4, and then segment 3. And then you might be asking what this 5 is over here, and that's because in the ending cutscene for chapter 1, you sail away, and this 5th map has like a single teleport tile that sends you to chapter 2, and then all the zeros that surround it are just, you know, blank water. And that is how the maps are built on the overworld. Again, exactly like how it pulls that information and then, you know, knows what each kind of segment is supposed to be comprised of. I haven't quite figured out yet, but you can see how maps are built in that way. Like if we go into Coral Cola now, again, this is like, you know, a perfectly square map with, you know, top left, top right, bottom right section. So you still get that 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's not like it's ID 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's just segment 1, 2, 3, 4. Where if we go to a more complicated map, like in chapter 3, you can see now it's much more complicated. We get like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then once again, you get that 9 that's kind of separated from everything, because that's where you sail off to at the end. It has like a single teleport tile, which sends you to the next chapter. But yeah, you know, if you look at these values, you can kind of imagine, you know, how, you know, the map is created in that way. So what you might be asking then is, you know, can we just like walk off the map and try and discover different things? And you know, you can use this to see if there's any chance of there being anything else out there, because what you might notice sometimes when you're walking around is that you hit a glitch. For as long as you're walking and you keep hitting zeros, you're going to be completely fine. But the second you hit a value that doesn't have a map that corresponds to that chapter, like a, you know, a map segment that exists within that chapter, the game's going to start freaking out. So if we headed down now, we would hit these values and you're going to see some pretty funky stuff happen. So like right now we're just walking along the zeros, which is just completely kind of, you know, water. But then the second things start getting weird and like the game just crashed. That's because we would have hit one of these down here, and that doesn't, you know, that map segment doesn't exist in, you know, the kind of place that we are currently. So I'm going to show you one more thing in regards to that, which will combine the sprite, the overworld sprite knowledge and the map knowledge together and kind of maybe blow your mind or not. Hopefully you found some of this rather interesting. So jumping a bit ahead into the game to the end of chapter 7 here, this is normally where you go through a really cool maze. This part of the game has always really stood out to me, and it's like such an unplayed part because you have to go through all of chapter 7 just to experience this really interesting room where at the end of it all, you get the blue cube. But as we just looked at over here, you can see what sprites are loaded on your current map, and you'll see that there are 2 here, even though the only thing you normally ever encounter in this maze is the blue cube. So what's going on? Well, as we saw with Bananette's room, if it starts with E, that means it's invisible. So what if we change this E to a C and make it so that we can see it? There is a red cube, normally invisible, located directly beneath the blue cube, which is just crazy. It's like, why? So again, all of this is other information related to the sprite. And this, for example, is the color palette. So it was 0 when we got in here, but like if we did a 1, we could change that to be a blue cube. So was it intended to be the red cube? Like, was this originally going to be a maze that you encountered earlier in the ship? Or, you know, was the red cube going to come after the blue cube? Or is that just, you know, who knows what this is all about? What it might imply about how things were differently designed at one point. It could also just be a mistake, like we really don't know. But yeah, and I guess we might as well just go through all the colors now. 02 is the green we know and love, and 03, the secret 4th color, is just Mike colored. That's obviously just kind of stealing his color palette there. And then if we do that, it will loop back around again. But yeah, it's crazy that inside of the wall directly beneath the blue cube is an invisible sprite of the red cube. Now, when it's inside the wall, we can't interact with it anyway. However, as you'll see over here, there is no text box data associated with the red cube, and that is what makes everything happen. When you interact with an item on the overworld map, it's not like you walk on top of it and the game knows, oh, you just walked on top of the blue cube. You walk on top of the blue cube, it's going to activate text B1, and it's like an opcode within this text that tells it to put the blue cube into your inventory. So it's not like the actual sprite that you interact with on the overworld matters. It all comes down to that text that is brought up. But still, if you want to see, just for fun, we can interact with, or rather, you know, stand on top of that cube that normally never gets seen. So one way we could do that is if you once again want to talk about, you know, the kind of different components of the map down here. Remember, so this maze takes place in like a big square room where we have top left half is, you know, segment 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, what if we made the top left half also look like segment 2? And we went back, you'll see that, you know, this kind of upper right corner is now also taking over the top left corner of the map, and that allows us to walk over top of the red cube. But again, because it doesn't have, you know, any text data to happen once we touch it, nothing occurs. But like if we put B1 where it's currently 00 right now for the red cube, it will now play the blue cube cutscene. And again, part of that opcode must be like, you know, it removes it from the map, so it gives this you know, illusion that it's kind of going to our inventory. But then why wouldn't the red one also be gone if it knows that we have the red cube? Definitely kind of something suspicious going on with all this. But yeah, I thought that was so cool when I saw that. I haven't really found anywhere else in the game where there's this extra invisible sprites. You know, there's a lot of places where which are a lot more busy, have a lot more going on. It's possible I missed something, but here it was very clear. There should not have been anything other than the blue cube. And since we're here, we might as well just, you know, have a little bit more of a conversation about the room that we're in. So once again, you know, you got that 1, 2, 3, 4. So the square room, you know, the four corners are represented here. But what about the 6, 7, 8, 9, 5? Well, what happens when you go in these stairs is not that a new room loads. You know, look at this. You can see that it didn't change at all. But it's actually just that these kind of, you know, stairs areas are located to the right of the main maze. So you can see right now we're about to walk over 00, which is just black. But then, once we get past that, you'll see those kind of stairs, kind of, you know, underground. I mean, underground, we're in a spaceship, but you know what I'm trying to say. Those kind of, you know, interludes with the stairs, the passages, whatever you want to call them. Those are all loaded already. It's just that the stairs are moving you to around the different parts of this map, but it creates the illusion that you are actually, you know, loading in and out of different areas. So yeah, that's just kind of the trickery that's going on there. And again, you could then use this to ever see, you know, if a map has more loaded than you think there should be, and you know, hopefully maybe find some cool stuff in that regard. Again, the overworld, there's a bit of a gap in how much I've explored of the overworld compared to the dungeons. We are going to be talking so much about dungeons coming up, but yeah, that's our quick brief side trip to space. But time to get back to Earth. One kind of interesting place is also the lighthouse. Like, you know, we're up here and you can see a whole bunch of stuff going on down there, but you can't normally get to it. This looks like a door. Unfortunately, it doesn't do anything. Can't normally stand here, so now you can. As you can see, all the you know, interactions down here work properly until the world eventually ends and things start kind of shredding at the seams, and then that's it. World over. So, you know, just thought that was kind of interesting. Chapter 6 normally has a lot of really interesting islands that you don't get a chance to walk on because you're in subsea. So with the debug code, you can kind of go for a stroll and explore the unexplored, places that no one has ever stood before. Just hold that start button and you can walk all over the place and, you know, claim a private island all for yourself. Just kind of stuck in the middle of the ocean now. But there's one more thing I want to show you in Chapter 6. That I think is pretty fascinating. And that would be before the entrance to 6-2 here, where normally you stand here, you get a auto prompt about the big rock that you normally can't skip because you have to stand on that tile to get around it naturally. But if we use the debug code, we can see that that prompt also exists here and exists here. And this kind of makes sense because these spaces are actually in front of the cipher that the text box is talking about. You know, how does Mike read the cipher? Standing way over to the left right that. No one ever questions that, but maybe at one point there would have been ground here and you could have just like walked up to it directly to read it instead of kind of being forced around it on the left here. And it's not like this is just, you know, the whole horizontal, you know, kind of plane has that trigger. It's not here, it's not here, it's not on the other side of it either. It just happens to be directly below here and directly below here, right where the cipher are. So that indicates that maybe at some point this room would have been set up a little bit differently. And one last overworld thing that every StarTropics player knows, but I'll throw it in here. Whoa. Just for fun, is that right? Oh, I must have already picked up the big heart in the save state. So the point is, normally there's a big heart there. You pick it up. But the trick is, if you go into the level, wait for it to save, of course. Don't turn off the power. So interesting is that StarTropics makes no mention on the back of the cartridge in-game or in the instruction manual about holding reset before you turn it off. You know, and that's something that a lot of NES games will start mentioning later. Go down here, And the big heart comes back. So 6-2 is one of the most difficult levels in the game, and you can keep going into the level, coming back out, getting the big heart, and max your hearts out that way if you wish to give yourself kind of a bit of an advantage. Of course, it's more difficult if you don't have debug on, then you have to walk all the way through this maze to get back to those stairs, and it kind of takes forever. But just a trick I thought I'd share. And again, that's not my discovery, but, you know, it's been around for a while. So with that, I think that's everything I want to show you on the Overworld. That's part 1 of 5. I hope that you enjoyed that. Covered some interesting things in there, and all right, time to move on. And now it is finally time to enter the action stages. The main meat of the game where you start battling enemies and such, and we're going to be talking about items and just general stats and things that are relevant when you are in this part of the game. And our journey first takes us to 111, which as you can see is currently OE. This is the number of hearts we have, our max number of hearts, which is currently 14. So you get 11 per row, OE being 14. What if we really boost that up? What if we did like 1A? How many hearts would that be? It's not going to update on the fly. Something like that. It's just running right off the page. Even the borders here turn green. That's kind of weird. And then naturally right here, the next value is the number of hearts that we have, except it's measured in half hearts naturally because you can have halves, so it makes sense to just do it that way. 1C being 28, which makes sense because we originally had 14 hearts, so 14 times 2 being 28. Let's just boost that to the max. Or not, I mean the max would not be 99. We're talking hexadecimal here, FF. Maybe we gotta do a bit of that. It's not looking so healthy down there. But if you want to give yourself a bunch of hearts, that's the way to do it. Who knows, it might overflow and end up killing us. Anything is possible. How about 117 right here? 3. How many lives do you want? Normally you can't get more than like 5 lives in StarTropics because of the way that 1-ups work and the amount that there are and the fact that you always go back to 3 after you beat a level. Let's, I mean, if we show you 9. So that's not going to update on the fly. And again, the problem is if we leave the level, it'll send us back to 3, even though it shows 9 here still. I'm assuming it will fix itself. It stayed at 9? Really? So where does the check come in? Because if you had 5 and left, would it stay at 5? But the 1-ups always appear partway into a dungeon where you can't go back. So that's actually really fascinating. That if you had more than 3, you could leave. But if you had less than 3 and you left, do you come back in with less than 3? I'm having like sudden flashbacks to being a kid and trying that. No, you can't. No, you can't, because normally checkpoints place you after a level begins. Like the first checkpoint of the level would be, you know, the first actual room of the level. But level 6-2 is different in that sense because 6-2's first room has a secret in it that you have to do. So this is like the one exception in the game where you can return to the starting room even after you've already gone into a level. So then if we go back, will we have 01? And there you have it. Even mid-video, I'm realizing things that I never realized before. That's interesting. Very, very interesting. But yeah, basically 117. Mess around with your lives there. Give yourself a massive 255 if you want. And the way that works is it will just show the 1's digit, but it should actually think that you have 255 lives. So it should say a 5. Okay, we might have gone a little overboard. But when I was trying it with things like 10 and, you know, smaller numbers, that's how it was working. But okay, enough with the life counter. I think everyone gets that now. What else can we do? 120. We looked at 120 last time because that was where we were able to add in items, overworld items. Well, 120 is also used for in-dungeon items, and naturally 02 is going to correspond to the shooting star here because it's the second level of your main weapon. What else can we put in there? How about you put in OA into the second slot? If we switch the magic items and switch back, we have the cleats, which is one of the most OP items in the game because it attacks all, I'm sorry if the mouse is ever on screen, it attacks all enemies instantly at once. No craziness required. See, you can go back up here and we can do it again. So, but obviously the amount is kind of glitchy. So what we do then, I think over here, 129, is the item slot amount. So naturally, this is item slot 2, item slot 3, item slot 4, and then over here is the amount in item slot 2, 3, and 4. So we can give ourselves a more reasonable number, 99. 99 cleats. No, 99 is not. Oh, because it's hexadecimal. All right, what the heck? Something smaller. 3C, why not? 60. Nice number of cleats to have. This item only appears twice in the game because, again, it is quite OP. Just like take out everything. It's not always one hit. It does like a set amount of damage, but all these enemies are pretty weak, so that's why that's working as it is. How about we try a different item, though? I discovered item 06 is not appearing as anything in the display down there, but when we throw it, it looks like hearts. But it doesn't do any damage to enemies. I'm pretty convinced that this is an unused item that never got finished, which is just using the heart graphic. And yeah, it's not even doing any damage to the enemies. Or maybe Mike's just trying to spread some love. You know, ultimate pacifist run. Get the enemies to love you, and then no fighting required. But yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. And also there's what seemed to be some debug items. Like if we put OF, and remember, we have to actually like switch away from the item and switch back before it will change which item we're using. Instant death, perhaps a developer item, which they would have used for testing. How about 01 or 10 rather? This one might just be a glitch, or maybe it was intended to test getting hurt. And then 11. That one's also instant death. But it was different because the other one, OEOF, was a fall through the floor. Well, that was like a death by being hit. OE I have here is also being glitchy. Let's see what OE does. Of course, I gotta do it after we respawn. Alright, I'm pressing OE. I can't move left or right anymore. I can still jump. Oh yeah, okay, I would say that's pretty glitchy. Mike's not looking so good. Oh, he moved a little bit. Oh. Okay, he's back to moving around again. Maybe if I give it like some ammo. Maybe it doesn't like that it has no ammo. Alright, we got 17 of whatever the glitch is. Sorry about the mouse again. Oh yeah, he just evaporated. There you go. Alright everyone, ending slideshow. That's what we're doing. I mentioned that there's gonna be spoilers. StarTropics is so beautiful. Like, I mean, we've seen the lighthouse. That's not really a spoiler. It goes over all different scenes that you encounter throughout the game. Just, they put so much effort into this game that it's absolutely phenomenal. But alright, I think we've messed around with those enough. Where else can we go? Of course, another thing you can also do is your magic items. And we saw some of that. Like, let's go to the end of 2-1. So a big feature of 2-1 is the snowman enemy snowman magic item that you get. And the magic items have their own separate menu down here where you access them. And they have different, special functionalities other than just normal weapons which you attack enemies with. So in the snowman, for example, if he ever wants to come down here, which sometimes he doesn't, activate the snowman and it freezes enemies. So you can kind of just come here and have a field day on him without him retreating back to the top. But again, this is the only room in the game, or rather the only level in the game where the snowman appears. So wouldn't it be cool to be able to use the snowman against other bosses and even just enemies as well? But it's fascinating that it's not like it was only programmed to work with this boss. If we go to 1-1, for example, look at our secret magic items down here. But I have over here that the snowman item is 8-9. So 8-6 is the medicine that we have right now. And then the next three addresses as well also correspond to the magic items in your inventory. So we'll do 8-9 for the snowman, go up, come back down. There he is. We can also give him some ammo, so it's not so glitchy. Like we could do, give ourselves 16 of them. I think that should be enough to beat the sea serpent. Let's see. All right, let him shoot. How did I think this was a good idea? We're gonna take a little bit of damage here, but oh wait, no. So the bullets didn't freeze. I was like, now I'm gonna have to jump on those bullets, and there you go, frozen, just ready to be absolutely pummeled. And there's that. So, and of course, you know, not just bosses. Like, where else can we load ourselves into? So how about here in 6-1? Again, we can give ourselves some snowmen right here, 8, 9, go up, down. Of course, depending on the tile sets that different levels are using, some things might not look correct, but I can tell you that this is indeed the snowman still. You can see them freezing, which is, again, something you normally never see in the game. And yeah, so you can just kind of have some fun messing around like that if you wish. Play the whole game on easy mode, snowman for every single room. But you want to see some items that were not in the original game, I'm sure. So let's get to that. How about we change this to 1-1? And this might not load correctly because the Rod of Sight might not have graphics which correspond to this level. Let's go somewhere a little more fitting for that. So here in 3-3 is a little more fitting. Let's put 1-1 here. Maybe it doesn't have proper graphics, but let's just try using it then. So he kind of glitches out. This is not the effect that I had when I tried it elsewhere, but as you can see, it's clearly a glitch. The effect where did I try it then? That it worked semi as I thought it would? His graphics are like way at the bottom now, but you can see from the shadow that I guess he's still loaded into the upper section. Is he still going to be a glitch in this room? So if you want to play with Invisible Mike, then I guess this is the thing for you. But there's an effect that it had that I wanted to show you, and I'm trying to remember what level I tried it in. Maybe 2-1? Okay. It's just not working today. Let me refer to my notes one more time. Okay, I think the problem is just that I wrote the wrong number. My bad. Let's try this again. Alright, we're at the end of level 3-3 here. Again, the level that you could potentially skip if you could get through Miracola without talking to anyone. Let's add, it looks like it was actually OC. How did I write 1-1 in my notes? Well, forever be a mystery. Let's put OC here. And see, that looks like the Rod of Sight. This is what I've been waiting for. Does it act like a real Rod of Sight, though? Let's see. It does. And it messed up Mike's color. So that's what I wanted to show you. I'm not sure what that other glitchy thing we were doing was, but that just shows you, I guess, that 1-1 doesn't work properly either. And there you go. And will he stay like this even as we go to the next room? So this, you know, could be something that was, you know, half-baked or just something glitchy, not working as intended. But okay. I mean, there was that. But there's more interesting stuff coming, I promise. Not just Mike glitching out of oblivion. Let's go back to 6-1. Back to this area here. Let's put 8-2 into our magic items inventory right here. And if we go down, we find the anklet. So this is an item that allows you to jump more than just one tile wide. And as you can see, we unpause, and now he has the anklet. So maybe there was going to be a way at one point to get this into your magic items so that you could use it anywhere instead of it just being an instantaneous pickup like it is in the final game. But I thought that that was kind of neat. And then if we do 8A and go down here, we can find the 1-up sign. So we can just, you know, do as many 1-ups as we want. Maybe the 1-up as well was going to be something that you picked up into your inventory instead of it being an instant use item, allowing you to choose if you wanted to use it or not. Because as you can see, the 1-ups in StarTropics, just like everything else in the game, are very mean, and you get negatives sometimes. It can be -1, -2, or +1, +2. So you're taking your chances. Even when it comes to potential 1-ups. And normally there's only one of those per stage, if a stage has any at all, which is why 5 is usually the max amount of lives that you can see. But yeah, just kind of another funny thing. How about we go to the space levels? I think it's our first trip there of the video. So if we go here, and now in our magic items we put in 01, this is Vitamin X. Now, this will work in any level, but again, the Vitamin X graphics are only loaded in the space levels because that's the only place you normally find Vitamin X. But I just wanted to come here to show you that it's what it looks like. And using this on the pause menu here, when we unpause, you can see that it will have the normal Vitamin X functionality of filling our hearts completely full, even the ones that we don't actually have heart containers for. And it will gradually drop our hearts over time until it gets to the max hearts that we normally have, just as Vitamin X normally works. So again, maybe that was something you could have put into your inventory, your magic item inventory at one point, or this could just be some unintended functionality that was left in there. But one thing I am confident this has to be an unused item, because I've seen nothing like it in the rest of the game. And it matches up with something that we see in the sequel, is if we put 8-3 into our inventory, it looks like a medicine bottle. But look what happens when we use it. Mike is flashing, and he is invincible. And this will last for pretty much exactly 20 seconds. So I'm convinced that this is an unused invincibility item. Like, you've seen what the other glitchy items look like. It's pretty clear that things are just not right with them. But this works perfectly. And it just seems to me like it's definitely something that was probably going to be in there. So we'll do it one more time. 8-3. Actually, we still have some left from last time. Don't mind if I do. And again, in StarTropics 2, there's a star item, which you can put in your magic items, and it works anytime you want to make you invincible for a temporary amount of time. So again, the fact that this lasts for pretty much exactly 20 seconds, it seems very intentional, and it works perfectly. So I think at one point there was intended to be an invincibility item in StarTropics 1 as well. And it's like that, invincibility is over, the pain is back, fun times all around. And so, one of the last things I have to show you as part of this portion of the video is not anything that was left over from last time, but if you're opening up the RAM map, or rather the hex editor, and having some fun yourself, look at 170 right here. It's 01 right now. Turns into 04 when you pause. If we change this to 00, again, this is not unused functionality. Maybe something debug related or just an unintended consequence. Now we are also invincible. Let's go back to the main map here. We are also... Okay. Well, what happened was the teleport took it back to 00. But now we are invincible. And not only that, we can jump on holes in water and all that other stuff. So if you want a chance to really explore the game freely, no need to worry about, gaps or enemies or anything like that, set 170 to 00, and you can kind of just have at it. And another cool thing is that if we pick up an item, well, that's actually a problem, because I think what the game thinks right now is that, like, we're paused, so things aren't really happening. But let's... For example, let's go to the boss of this level. So just like that, we're invincible now. And you get infinite of whatever item you're currently using. Now again, because I think it thinks we're on pause, so you can't actually switch an item after you've pressed after you've set that to 00, after you've set 17 to 00. So you're kind of stuck with whatever item you're using until you set that back. And here's those cleats we were talking about. But again, I can't use them. I can't pause. I can't do anything because we did that. But yeah, you can just kind of have at it and have a good time, not worrying about how difficult StarTropics can be because you've made yourself invincible. And with that, I think that is everything that I have to show you in regards to Mike's stats and items and just kind of the details that happen inside of levels in that regard. So that will conclude our items section, but we're not even halfway done yet. So hope you're looking forward to what's next. Alright, so next on the agenda is enemies. We're going to be looking at enemies, some unused functionalities, all sorts of weird stuff related to those guys that you beat up in the dungeons. So let's take a trip to the first level. I think this will be a good place to explain some things. So here we are, first room of the very first dungeon. And I once again have another Lewis script that I've written to share with you. And this one lists all that we need to know about enemies down here. This is the, well, perhaps we should go into a room and be easier to explain it there. So the first number that we see here is the enemy set. So 00 corresponds to 3 jellies. The 01 corresponds to the formation that those enemies are placed in the room, because this way you could have 00 and then if you had, say, 02, for example, the enemies would be the same, but the places that they're positioned in the room would be different. So StarTropics does not have every single room and then an enemy list and then an enemy formation kind of specified for each individual one, but using the enemy set, so in this case again 3 jellies, and then the formation of them, you can create different looking rooms without actually having to individually place all those enemies in each room every time. And down here we have a bunch of E's. You can have up to 6 enemies loaded at a time. There are 6 enemy slots, and this here shows that we have an enemy loaded into slot 1, slot 2, and slot 3. So let's go beat them up. And you can see how this changes as we go. So that was the jelly loaded into slot 2, that was the slot 3 one, and that was the slot 1 one. And of course, defeating them all opens up the door to the next room. So going into the next room, we can see that enemy set increased to 1 because now we have 6 jellies instead of just the 3 that we had before. But the formation stayed the same. So, that didn't need to change just because we added a couple more jellies. The previous formation was obviously already prepared for should there be more than just 3 enemies, and that's what we see here. And there you go. And then going into the next room, let's see what happens. Enemy set 2 now is 4 jellies plus a rat, and you can see that the formation, which again is the second number, the right one there, changed to accommodate that, so it placed them all where they needed to be for this specific room. So that is how enemies work in this game. And you can go through and, change those numbers, change the formations, change the enemy set, and experience all sorts of different things. Another thing to also note is that the enemies that appear in the cave levels and the enemies that appear in the space levels, because again, this is kind of talking about things that happen in StarTropics, and we've already seen a bit of the space, so it's spoiled anyway. The game starts in the tropics, and by the end, you end up on a spaceship in outer space. So there's a lot of, it's basically like 2 separate portions of the game where not many things that you see in the first portion end up in the second portion, where the graphics are all completely different, the enemies are all completely different. So the way this works, and I guess I should mention this too, because for interest's sake, the 2 items that we're seeing down here, the enemy types, this first number, can be found at 158, so that's over here, right here. And then the enemy position is at 157. So coincidentally, right now it's 2-2, but now you can see how that just changed to the enemy set now being 3, which is like 5 rats. And because this is a wide room, clearly the positioning had to be quite different from rooms we've seen previously, so that required a new positional thing there. So let's just get over here and I will continue explaining what I was getting at just moments ago. So yeah, so because the game is separated into those underground caves and the spaceship sections, space enemies and cave enemies are kind of like their own 2 separate groups. So if we go to 135 here, 135 is currently 1-6, and that corresponds to cave enemies. So when this is set to 13, as we just saw, 03 is 5 rats. But if we set this to OC instead, now we are using space enemies, and the 03 that was previously 5 rats in the cave set is not the same in the space set. And so if we go to the next room now, enemies are not going to look correctly because they're going to be taken from the space set instead. Or it could just crash the game. Okay, so why did it work that time? I might have accidentally been modifying the wrong one. But as you can see, so now 135 is indeed OC. I might have been doing the 13 by accident. And then, so that's OC. And then even though we still have enemy set 0, because it's pulling from the space group of enemies now, we have the 2 turrets, which would normally have appeared at the beginning of 7-1. So I'll take you there right now. And you can see how here, we have the 2 turret enemies using the correct graphics, is even though it's still enemy set 0, this is the space enemy set, which corresponds to the turrets. And now, can I do a miraculous thing and change the OC back to the, what's it called? The cave one, which is 16. So 1-6, is that gonna blow the game up? No. And there you go. So here's the jellies that normally, the 6 jellies that would have been loaded with enemy set 1 back in the cave level. So I don't know what I was doing wrong, but you have to see the game explode. So hopefully that was at least a little bit exciting. So that is how the enemies work in this game. You have the sets, you have the positions, you have the cave levels, you have the space levels. And they're all just kind of pulled together to create unique looking rooms without having to individually place every single enemy. Let's go back to good old 1-1. Let's do something cool. So if we pull up our good old cheat window here, we can, or rather, before we even do that, just so that you know what we're talking about, let's go to the end of 1-1 here. So at the end of 1-1, you can see the room preceding the end of 1-1. We had group 9, positions 4. Going into here, we have enemy set A, position 5, which happens to be the boss, the old sea serpent here. And say you want the sea serpent to appear in another room. Let's go back to the beginning of 1-1. Again, we can take our cheat menu. And where are we here? So we have enemy type was OA. So we'll turn that on and make sure the cheats are on. So now that's going to be stuck to OA, and the position was 05, right? So if we go in here, it graphically won't look correct because we need to change the graphics bank, which the graphics are being pulled from. And we'll get to that in the next section, which is all about graphics, I promise you. But with this, you can now spawn any enemies that you want in a room that any room that you want, as long as you know their codes. And I have listed in my RAM map all of the different codes that I found. So as you saw, it begins at 00, and we have that you know, the cave set and the space set. And the cave set in particular, from 00 up to 7B, all of them are accounted for throughout the game. And then starting with 7C and onward, you start getting into glitchy things which are probably not correct. But the weirdest thing of all is that they generally go in order throughout the game, as you saw. This level started with 00, and then by the end we got to OA when we saw the boss. But the weirdest thing that I found is if we go to 3-3, let's go partway through 3-3. And we also need to make sure we turn our cheats off so that we see the correct values here, not the ones that we're forcing into the game. Because if we forced that into the game again, you'd see you'd go through here and you get the sea serpent in the middle of 3-3, which is not normally something you're supposed to see. And again, we do have ways to fix the graphics, but that will all be covered in the next section. I'll probably go on about graphics for like 3 hours. There's a lot to discuss in regards to the graphics. Alright, 3-3, midway through, cheats off. So this room had enemy set 3-1, which was 3 bone dogs, with their positions being 10. Go down here, enemy set 3-0, which is the 2 mummies, not the cannons. The cannons are not considered as part of the enemy set. That's why you'll only see the 2 enemies here, which are the mummies. The cannons are part of the room data, and that will of course be included as part of the level section, which will be at the end, because again, we're only getting crazier as it goes on, don't worry. So what I'm trying to get at though is right now we're 3-0. The room before this one was 2D, and I mean, you know, there can be a little bit of inconsistency regarding to the order, but you know, it's still, the other ones in between that still show up in this level. So it's not like they're too far off, but you can maybe infer from that at times, you know, if rooms were ever rearranged or such, if you know, numbers are out of order like that. But as you can see, 2D corresponds to this Mr. Armstrong enemy that's right here, throwing around who knows what at ya. But the weirdest part is that now if we go into this room to the right, again, you saw that Mr. Armstrong was 2D. If we go in here, now we're at enemy group 7B for seemingly the same enemy. And as I mentioned, 7B is the latest enemy bank in the game that's used. Before things start getting really glitchy, again, not including the space side of things, which goes back to 0 and I think goes up to like 2 something or 3 something. But it really raises questions. Why? Why just in the middle of level 3, there's nothing even close to 7B in level 3-3. Why this room does it use 7-B? This one and another room with Mr. Armstrong that's just a little bit north of this one, which is very similar looking, also uses it. And I think there's a really interesting mystery surrounding this, and it's not the last we'll discuss it, as we'll have to come back to this in future sections as well. But something to look into, something to be a bit curious about and keep in mind, because it will be relevant, as I mentioned, again in the future. Oh, it wouldn't be a video of mine if I didn't find something I had to come back to after and add in, but this is going to be totally worth it, I swear. Welcome from the future. Hope you're enjoying the video so far. This was something that I just couldn't pass up bringing up once I realized it. So you might have seen a couple of minutes ago, I put that list on screen of all the different enemy formations that I went through and documented from both the cave and the space groups. And one thing I saw when getting that list ready for the video was that I had a bunch of question marks next to 1B in the space section. And I was like, that's really weird that I never went back to investigate that further. Just what the heck was going on with 1B? So you can see now I have loaded down here 1B in, and we're gonna walk into the first room of 7-1 and see just what happens. Seemingly nothing. And so that was naturally why I put a bunch of question marks beside it. I believe that me making that list predates me programming the enemy kind of analyzer down here. But we can see that there's definitely something loaded. And I'm just like, what is going on here? There's an enemy here somewhere, but we can't see it. So what would any StarTropics fan think when there's apparently an enemy in a room that you can't see, but the Rod of Sight, of course. So let's pull out our good old Rod of Sight, because just as we learned in the last section, we can get any item that we want to in our inventory, except because we're in space. And there's never normally the Rod of Sight item in space. I guess there's just no graphic for it. I think if I press A, it should work. And look at that. Something that appears as a result of using the Rod of Sight in space. That's crazy. Now, you can't seemingly interact with it in any way, and you might be wondering, well, just what the heck is that? And I'd be very glad to explain to you what is going on here. Let me turn that off. So now this should go back to whatever it's supposed to be. In the next room, what there are what there is in the first space level here is 2 instances of this wall here, where if you attack in the middle of the wall, it will blow up and reveal a secret entrance behind it. And what allows the kind of wall to explode when you attack it is a sprite that looks just like the wall being placed over it. So then if we go back down again, with that enemy turned on, sorry about the mouse, you'll see that that is exactly what is showing up, is something that looks like that piece of the wall that if you attack it, it opens up. So now with it still on, let me go back up here, and it will open the wall automatically, but then if we make it reveal, you'll see that it is still there, the correct palette now, because, you know, it was intended to be in this room originally, but we can't attack it, we can't interact with it at all. So this is something that, you know, either ended up going unused, or maybe at some point it was intended that the Rod of Sight would be in space, and that was how you found these secrets instead of just attacking, you know, this place in the wall that looks a little bit different. And there's a, you know, the instance, the one, only one of the 2 instances in the game where you get the spiky shoes. But yeah, just some really funky stuff, right? So let's just turn it off one more time. and I'll show you what it's really supposed to look like. But I had to show that to you, like just something that's completely missed, in my initial studies. I just can't help it, everyone. I can't help but continue to make StarTropics discoveries, even when I say I'm done. They find me. It's a real problem. Send help. So see, this is where that wall would normally be, and I'm gonna get my butt absolutely kicked because I didn't pick up like any. You can see him even like attacking that piece of the wall, and you could see it flash, just the sprite portion of it for a second there, which was kind of neat. But yeah, and then we get the Vitamin X, so all of our health woes are solved. Just absolutely crazy stuff. And one thing I guess I should also show you, because I didn't in the last part, is if Mike wants to spread the love in space with that unused item we were talking about, what was that? That was 06, right? And where are our items here? Like if I put this to 06, and then we go to here, and Mike throws those hearts, they will look correct in space, because in space, the heart kind of tile set, it's 2 hearts side by side, like that. Where in the cave portion of the game, the hearts are only 2, like one stacked on top of each other. So because the heart graphic looks different in space, this item, or this unused weapon that you throw also looks different and looks more correct. Like it even properly goes down. There's definitely something going on here. Whatever, the part of the tile set that the hearts are on now, there would have been some other item at some point maybe that would have corresponded to this. Makes you wonder, like, was there even going to be health pickups originally if that's where the hearts ended up? But I'm sure they were probably going to be. But okay, I think that's probably enough going on about this weird unused enemy. Again, why there's something in the space group that loads with the Rod of Sight when there's never any Rod of Sight in space, and just how that all would have been incorporated, no clue, but I had to come to the past to share this with you. Hope you're enjoying the video. That's probably one of the crazier discoveries, and again, it's funny that it almost went missed, but there's some really good stuff going on, like particularly the graphics section. Oh, it's so good. And then of course, oh, you're never gonna guess what we discover right at the end. And also the end of this section is probably one of my favorite parts of the video. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. Bad, future Andrew, bad. But with that, enjoy the rest of the video. So the next thing that we're going to look at is related to if enemies are alive, as well as enemy health. So down here in row 300, these 6 addresses, the first 6 addresses, 300 to 305, all correspond to whether the enemy in that slot is alive or not. So as you can see, Mr. Armstrong there is indeed still going, but if we change that to 00, not in that way. If we change this here to 00, and then we come back up, you can see that he no longer exists. And that gives us an easy way to get out of the room here. If we go back into this room, some other values of interest, you can see now 7F and 7F, those are the values I'm reading to see if there are enemies indeed loaded into those slots. Down here at 330, again, these first 6 addresses correspond to the health that the enemy in those slots have. So you can see it's 8 for both of the mummies. Let's see what happens if we hit one. You can see that this one went down to 7, as the yo-yo only did 1 damage to it. 81, or rather 324 through 329. And we're inevitable hit coming up here. I don't know how to despawn the bullets, unfortunately. It's probably not too far from where we're looking right now. But right here, we have a couple of 83s. 83 and 82 I've seen are damage on contact. But if we change that to 81, the enemies become harmless, or at least the mummies will, not the bullet probably so much. There you go. They're not doing anything to us there, and that's relevant because there are some times when the game uses sprites but doesn't want them to do any damage to you, such as at the end of 5-1. We have this pulley system here that's part of the event that ends up ending the level. And as you can see, you're running into it, it's not doing anything to you. But if we change that to 8-2, which makes it do damage on contact, so you can see this pulley system is made up of a few different sprites loaded here. And we change those to 8-2, might as well just do them all for good measure. And then we touch the pulley system. I've lied to you. I've lied to you all. Oh, that's right, because I'm the 330 is the health. I'm supposed to be down here. Where am I supposed to be? At 324 is where I'm supposed to be at. See, okay, they're 8-1. There you go. So these should be 8-2. Allow me to reiterate that, sorry. 8.1 is that there's no interaction with the sprite when you touch it, as has been happening here. Well, 8.2 is damage on contact. So let's do 8.2 again on all of these. And now what happens when Mike runs into it? He just dies. Suddenly the police system has become the most formidable enemy in the game. And again, if these guys don't want to deal with them, no problem. Just set all these to 8.1 and they can't do anything to you. No, not 9.1. 8.1. Oh, they might load and unload, so actually that doesn't work because they pop back up and then pop back down, which I guess shows you that there's like a frame or two where they're 8.1 because they don't hurt you, and then they go from like 8.2 to 8.3. So interesting stuff there all around. But what we can do is we could do FF to just outright kill it and listen to the sound effect. Well, it plays a sound effect if it's an enemy that can actually die, but it did despawn it. FF on this one again. It's go. Oh yeah, there is the sound effect. And where's the last guy? He's just gonna pop up out of nowhere and destroy me, probably. Make sure he's on screen so we can do that. FF. And there you go. Those guys are normally never defeatable. But using that, you can do that. There you go. Oh, and one more interesting thing, I suppose, is that when you defeat an enemy, sometimes it will drop a heart or a star, and how the game quantifies this, rather, is that if we, let's, for example, go back to 1-1 again, load the first room. It's simple enough. You got those jellies, not too harmful. 8.2, 8.2, 8.2, which again is damage on contact. But if we turn those into A3, 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 now it's acting as if, they're the heart that gets dropped after you defeat them. So you can hear that just walking over them gives us that heart. Because that's what will happen if you defeat the enemy and then it drops the heart. That 8.1 will turn into an 8.3 until you pick up the heart, or it disappears because it despawns. So that's just a little bit of background information there into how enemy interactions work in the levels. And another thing that I tried to do is I tried to find unused enemies in the game by putting 7 Fs into where there are zeros sometimes. Now I believe that will break if I do it in this room. Yeah, it doesn't like it if you do it with enemy set 00. But if we say go to a later room, let's go to 3-5. I think I had some luck finding something kind of interesting here. Always gotta save the game. Don't turn the power off. Go in here. We'll see that we have those enemies loaded into the first 3 and then the 5th enemy slot. So like if I put a 7F here, it loads something weird. And if we put a 7F into this one, it loads what kind of looks like the monkey enemies, I think. That's what that is. Except you can't defeat it. So this is probably just glitches. Like, I thought maybe, each set would have 6 enemies, and sometimes it only uses some of them depending on the formation that you enter in there. But unfortunately, it does just seem like those ones that are missing haven't really been programmed properly and are glitching. But maybe some further investigation into that is required, and you just never know what you might find. But I do have to show you some interesting unused enemy behaviors that I found by using enemies that exist in the game already with position data that they never normally used. So in level 6-2, we find these purple spike ball urchin enemies, and when you shoot them, they move up and down, and if they touch you, they do massive damage, and there's no way to defeat them. They only ever move up and down, though. They only appear in 2 rooms in the game, and as you can see, because of the way it is, you shoot it and it starts moving back, and then that's it. But the question is, if we hit it from the side, what do you think will happen? And to do this, we're actually going to use the trick that we talked about in the last part, where Mike can jump onto water now. Hitting it from the side still causes it to go up and down. So the interesting thing is, if we go into the next room, and let's bring back our cheats here. Let's set the enemies to the same one that we have now, so the enemy type is still going to be 73. But instead, let's use position 2. Actually, make sure I update this. Position 2. And make sure the cheats are on so that they load when we go into the next room here. So now we get the same enemies again, but if we shoot the ball, it now goes horizontal. So that just shows that even though it seems like it only goes vertical, even if you hit it from the side, that can change depending on the position data that you use. Another case of enemies not acting quite like you might expect them to is the muddle fish, where normally you're just walking around, they come up from the water, walk horizontally at ya, and that's it, they're done. But before heading into the next room, let's once again bring back the old cheat machine here, and let's change the enemy type. So muddle fish, let's do enemies 12. So we've already got 12 there, so let's make sure that's set to 12. And instead of the position 6, let's do position 1D and see what happens to the muddle fish in the next room. Turn the cheats on. Now we actually see some muddle fish move vertically rather than horizontally. Let's see if we can get that guy to load again. Come at us vertically. It looks very wrong. But it is interesting that such functionality is properly programmed into the game. But, it makes a lot more sense that they only go vertical. the enemy doesn't look quite right. Or rather, they only go horizontal. It doesn't look quite right going vertical. But the fact that they can, I think, is pretty fascinating. One more enemy oddity that I'd like to share with you all just happens to deal with Mr. Armstrong, who never normally appears in 6-2, so the graphics are going to look wrong, but I wanted to show him to you here for a couple of reasons. One is that look how much faster he shoots in later levels in the game, and also that if you spawn directly below him into a room, he will shoot downwards rather than the just normal left to right, which he normally throws, which makes sense considering how the sprite looked, as you saw earlier. But that's just kind of an interesting thing. So Mr. Armstrong throwing down, and also it seems like later into the game, the bullets move faster compared to earlier on. So that might just be like a global thing, like they programmed it intentionally so that enemy projectiles move faster later into the game. Weird stuff for sure. But I know what you're saying. You're saying, Andrew, this stuff sucks. Where's the actual cool things that I came to this video to see? Well, I saved the best enemy oddity for last, and it has to do with probably the weirdest enemy in the game because of the way that you defeat it. So that's it. We're going all of the way to the boss, not just an enemy, the big kahuna, the boss of 7-2. This is normally a fascinating fight where, okay, well, I accidentally forgot to turn the cheats off. So we'll scratch that and do it again. This is normally the weirdest boss because instead of defeating it by dropping its health down to 0, instead you push it back and hit a switch, and eventually the floor disappears to the point where you can push it into the hole. But seasoned StarTropics veterans will tell you that they have defeated it before. If you shoot it enough times, it will eventually just actually explode and die, even if you're not pushing it into the hole here. So what's that all about? Just how much health does it actually have that there is a point where if you keep shooting it and keep shooting it and keep shooting it, it will eventually die? And I had the most strange anomaly happen to me way back when StarTropics released on the Wii Virtual Console, because normally anytime previous to that when I had tried to defeat the Ostroid just by shooting it, it's like a 5-minute ordeal. It takes forever. It's like they gave it a ton of health. But then I played the Wii version and I tried to do it, and it was like a minute or less and he died. And I was like, whoa, did they make it easier in the Wii version? I went back to try it again and he never died that quickly. The fight went on forever. So clearly there was something going on with this boss, more than met the eye. And that is why I have developed another Lua script for you all. Let's stop the enemy analyzer and load the boss health displayer. Alright, down there below the stats, you can now see the boss HP, which was at 41, because again, we didn't really defeat him. We kind of just pushed them off an edge, so that's why that never actually got down to 0. But let's reload the fight and see what we see. So again, for boss HP, we're reading this 330. So it's just reading the health of whatever is in sprite slot 1 right now. And that just happens to be 1 because there was probably an enemy there. It never really goes down to 0. It always stops at 1. So even when something gets defeated, it will just kind of stick at that 1. But that's why it's displaying that right now. But it will update correctly once we get into the boss fight with 71. it has to have a lot more than 71 HP. So let's shoot it. We see that the shooting star, or rather the supernova, does 3 damage, takes it down to 68. We can see that the normal laser gun takes 2 health off, takes it down to 66. We can see that the super ray gun took 4 health off, down to 62. But then its health jumped back up again. So the way this boss works is that when its health drops below 64, it boots it back up to 71 again. So see 65, 63, back up to 71. But that doesn't make any sense because I, as well as many other StarTropics fans, have definitely beaten this boss before by just shooting it into oblivion. So what the heck is going on? And then it became a battle of, how can I stop it from regenerating health? And that was when I figured out the trick. Let's see if we can do it. So, all right, 71, it's still, okay. So now, see he's ducking down? His health doesn't go back when he's crouching or when he's doing the animation where he jumps forward and is about to crouch. So if you take advantage of this, you can get his health down as low as you want, as long as he doesn't stand up again. So see, I got it down, but then he stood up. So let's see. There it is! That's it! That's it! And I like how he keeps shooting because the game never expected you to actually defeat him that way. He's like exploding, and yet it's still shooting at you. So that's the trick to beat the Ostroid. If you don't want to do the whole rigmarole of pushing them forward, pushing them back, and then pushing them off the edge, just wait till he's ducking down and you can blast him to smithereens. That makes the most sense to use the super ray gun for that because it takes off 4 health, which is the max. So I present to you the fastest destruction of the Ostroid ever. And that's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. That's it. That's how simple it's been all this time. Yeah, it's just when he's crouching. So all these times when myself, the 5-minute battles to try and defeat it, thinking you're slowly chipping away at its health, eventually we just got lucky. We just got fed up and got up in its face and just blasted it while it was ducking down. And that's what you have to do. That's how you can defeat it without going through all the hoops. But what if I told you we're not done talking about the Ostroid yet? There is another crazy thing about this boss that nobody has ever seen before. Let's get back to the beginning. All right, going into the room here. So I was just messing around with it. I'm like, okay, there is a lot of weird stuff going on with this boss. Let's get back, and I should mention, of course, that defeat that we just did. No cheats were on, nothing odd about it whatsoever. That was just, pure, like anyone can replicate that in the game right now. And I'm sure StarTropics fans are just scrambling to get their cartridge and go try it. It's so cool. It's so cool to see the Ostroid defeated in that way. But what we're going to do now is I'm going to set this to 00, giving Mike invincibility again. Watch what happens because again, normally the way this works, you can't, I can't do that while we're paused. My bad. Back to 01. Okay, let's just load the state. Let's do 04, or rather 00 now, to make us invincible. Because yeah, of course, we talked about this. The way it normally goes, you push him back so you can hit the switch. You can only push him back so far though. Like obviously he eventually hits the wall and that's it. But since we're invincible, and in StarTropics, normally touching any boss is insta-kill. But if we walk inside him, let me do that again. He jumps down! He jumps down! This is the only room in the game where the Ostroid appears. And there's no reason for him to jump down. What is that unused functionality? Was the boss room originally going to look different? Like, were you originally actually just going to defeat the boss and it wasn't going to be this thing where you push it off the edge? It's so strange. And now, let's go back to here. Again, no cheats on. We're not going to make Mike invincible. You can even see this in the main game. If we push him back, And we use invincibility frames to stand inside where he is. So let's hope I can get this. So getting right there, take a hit, and there you go. And because he's ducked down now, as he's kind of stuck down there, you can defeat him. I mean, I should be using the super ray gun because again, it takes off more, obviously. And then I like how, because he got defeated like that, random bullets coming out of nowhere. You can't stand here. That is solid. But yeah, so there are like a million oddities about the Ostroid pets. You never knew you needed to know, but now you know. And next time you're playing the game, it's funny because it's certainly, you know, kind of a different way to experience it compared to what we've all been used to all these years. Wow. I never thought one boss would have so much surrounding it, but I hope that you enjoyed that. I enjoyed talking about it and figuring all that out. So I think that's the extent to which I want to talk about enemies. There's probably still more to discover. Again, every section of this video, I did what I could, but definitely feel free to take what I'm teaching you and dive in there yourself. And with that, I think we're moving on. So next up is the graphics, and like any retro game, there are all sorts of unused graphics left over in here, far more than just the Hermit, which we saw way back in the beginning. But before we get into the graphics that went unused inside of StarTropics, I think we need to take a little bit of a detour. I bet this is not what you were expecting when I said that, but here we are, and the reason for this is because I would like to very quickly go over graphics in NES games. Let's have a look using the FCEUX PPU viewer, the picture processing unit. This right here is all of the graphics that are available to be used in Super Mario Brothers. And you may have heard the term mapper chips and such being thrown around, but Mario 1 predates that. So what you're seeing here is all of the graphics that Mario 1 has available and the graphics that will be available for the entirety of the game. No matter where you go, no matter what you do, no matter how much of the game you play, transition to a different room, those graphics stay consistent. They are always what is available to be used in all of the parts that make up Super Mario Bros. 1. So here we are back at StarTropics now, where it does use mapper chips to greatly expand the graphics that it has available. Although if you look at the PPU viewer, it will look fairly similar to what we just saw with Super Mario Brothers. We can click this box here to get a better look at the tiles that make up the background graphics, as well as on the right side, we have the sprites and such, things like Mike and more generic items, which you're going to find in pretty much any level, and also the graphics loaded for the Ostrobot, or rather the Ostroid. I always want to call it the Ostrobot, the Ostroid, because that is what we fought here. So the genius of the mapper chips is that there are different graphics banks which are loaded and unloaded depending on their needs, so that dynamically, as you're playing the game, graphics can be fed in and taken out as they are required, greatly expanding the range of graphics that a game has access to. So for one more example, let's go to near the end of level 1-1 here, and you can see over there on the right just how the graphics banks are working. We have some loaded for things like the snake enemies, the jellies that we just defeated. You can see dynamically Mike's graphics changing as they need to. When he looks different direction when he's moving, instead of just having all of the different animations for Mike loaded in, the graphics are actually changing dynamically, so that even though it's the same tile, it just looks different depending on what Mike is currently doing. Going to the next room, you can see things changed a little bit more, but what I really want to do is in the room after this one, where if we go in here, we should see an old familiar friend. Keep a look at that PPU and you can see how it really changed, how banks were completely swapped to get the graphics for the sea serpent in here, down here. Where before they weren't there because naturally the sea serpent wasn't in the room, so there was no reason for them to be loaded. So that's how these mapper chips work, is they can have graphics that, in one situation, and then when it needs different graphics, it can, take that bank out and then put the new bank in. So where do we find that here? In 141, or rather 140 through 145 is the graphics banks that the game is currently using, with F4 and F6 being the two that we see on the left. The two on the left, it reads the one that you've put in plus the next one. So 4 rows of tiles consist of each bank. So again, F4, the first 4 rows are F4, and then the next 4 are F5, and then F6, the next 4 are F6, and then followed that by 4 that are F7. And then on the right over here, we start here from FD. The first 4 rows are FD. So, so down to here, and then F8 would be the next 4 rows, so from here to here, and then F1, the next 4 rows, so from here to here, and then F2, the final 4 rows. So what does this all mean exactly? Well, again, the reason I wanted to establish what exactly this bank swapping is because just like how the game can swap banks, we can also modify the hex data here. Like if I put this here, you can still see the Sea Serpent, you can still see the PPU viewer. As I mentioned, he's using banks F1 and F2 for his graphics. If we change that to FO, well, now you've got the slime and rather the jelly and the snake graphics here, where the graphics for the Sea Serpent are supposed to be. So the game can change those dynamically as it needs to, thus giving you a way wider range of graphics compared to Mario 1 with no mapper chips, and those graphics that you saw are what you got. Hopefully that makes some sense. I apologize. I pretend to be an expert on these things. I'm just here trying to share some funky stuff from StarTropics. So if we go back to way back when we were here, let me get my sprite data loaded up again. Remember, we loaded in the Sea Serpent in the next room, but it didn't look quite right because the correct graphics banks were not loaded, which correspond to the Sea Serpent. So let's get our cheats back, and the Sea Serpent was the enemy type, I think, was OA. So let's change this to OA. And then we'll update the position. I believe it was 05. So now when we go through the door, it won't work because I forgot to turn the cheats on. You can see it's now correct down here. So now when we go through the door, we will get our Sea Serpent. And then to give it the correct graphics, we go to where I said the graphics banks were. So remember, these two, 140 and 141 are for this side. And then 142 is these 2 rows. 143 is these 2 rows. So then 144, starting here, to make the Sea Serpent look correct, let's move this out of the way. We wanted this to, again, be the same as it was in the room where you actually fought him. So we want to change this to F1. And he's looking really good now, but also, as you can see, this is still mic graphics down here, Overworld, which we don't want, because part of his mouth opening graphics are in bank F2. So with all of that loaded, now we have spawned the Sea Serpent into a room where it does not belong, and it is looking almost correct. The color palette is still not right. And that is something we will finally address when we get to the level section in the next part, where graphics, or rather, the rooms are able to tell what palette data it should use. But it's looking like a cool blue version of the Sea Serpent. I don't think we can complain too much about that. So now hopefully everyone understands how the graphics in the game work, and we can dive a little bit deeper into some of the different workings and the graphics that I found in some of the different banks. Let's take a trip to the ending, where we get to see all of the nice art of the things that happen throughout the game. So again, we can take this off the screen. I apologize that, naturally there's going to be spoilers, sort of, but we do need to talk about some things that happen later on in the game. So after you beat it, you get this really nice kind of slideshow of different events that happen. There's the Sea Serpent, very fitting. And we can click this to kind of like rearrange them a little bit, but still, it's obviously going to be very strange. You can see though how what's here makes up this, and it's background tiles with sprites laid over top, so you can get some really nice color combinations as well. And these are all using different banks. So again, remember, you can look up here in the row 140 to see in real time how the banks are changing as the ending slideshow goes on. Now, naturally, this got me very curious, because I'm like, okay, what if there are banks of graphics that have not been used? Maybe we could find some lost StarTropics ending art in a bank that just never ended up in the game. So the first bank that gets used in the ending is 50, and the ending graphics last until bank AF. And after meticulously documenting each bank that's used throughout this ending that you watch right now, I found out that banks 7-4 through 7-7, 7C through 7F, 8-8 through 8B, 9-0 through 9-3, and A4 through AF are not used in the ending, despite being surrounded by other ending graphics. And I was psyched. I was like, we are gonna find the StarTropics motherlode here. But unfortunately, what ended up happening was that those banks just contain repeats of other art. So maybe implying at one point there was a plan that there would be more ending art, and they just kind of filled it with filler, because it's weird again that, you know, those kind of show up in the middle and not like they're all at the end or something like that. So why did that happen? Most of the duplicates are of the lighthouse one that we saw earlier, with one of them being a duplicate of the inside of the whale's mouth one. But yeah, I really thought we had something good coming at us there, but just to let you know, and again to give you a even better demonstration of how the graphics banks work. There's nothing really better than, you know, seeing it in real time happening automatically here. That's how the banks work in NES. There's no chance that Mario 1 was ever going to accomplish this. Isn't this beautiful? I love this game. Just such a good looking game. I could go on about it all day. Oh boy. But I hear you. You're saying, all right, graphics, banks, and swapping and all that mumbo jumbo, that's great and all, but where is the unused stuff? That's why I'm here. That's why I clicked the title. When are we going to get to that? So the first thing I'm going to show you is the parking spaces for Sub C. As you can see, there's a one that's kind of upwards like that, and there's a lot of them that you access from the sides, like from the left side. There's some that you get into from the right side. But if we look over here in the PPU viewer, get used to hearing that a lot in the graphics section here. In Bank 04, which is what we're looking at up here right now, there is a downwards parking space. It's not like they just flipped. Like, there's one thing you can do with the graphics is you can mirror the graphics that are output to the screen, and you can sometimes save in graphics space by, if you have a symmetrical enemy, you can just kind of mirror, or, you know, it doesn't have to be an enemy, it could be symmetrical anything. You know, you could just mirror each side of it to prevent how much space you have to take up in the graphics. But in this case, they actually did individual parking spaces for every direction, and unless I missed it, I don't think I did, there is never a downwards facing parking space. That's why you're here, everybody. I know it is, because you wanted to see the unused Sub-C parking space. I hear you. And not only that, but I can actually show it to you in game. You may remember way back when we played The Legend of Zelda, we accessed the PPU hex table here, which I was able to use to do some pretty hilarious things. We can also use it to insert graphics, which are loaded into this here, into the PPU viewer, but not actually displayed, but we can force them to be displayed by messing around with some values. So let's go down to 2CD4 here, because that's just going to correspond to where I want to insert this for you all. 2C D4. Let's get it a little bit higher up on the screen. 2C D4 is right here. So this is going to correspond to this, and I only know that because I found out beforehand. But let's see. So like if I do something like this, you can see how we're going to start overwriting the graphics that are being displayed. And the graphics that we're overwriting correspond to what's here. So as you can see, like 6.6, this junk that I just wrote is actually this tile right here is down here. You can see it says 6.6 when I hover over that. So if we want to insert the downwards parking spot, we want 10, 11, 12, and 13. And like I said, I'm going to put them at 2CD4, which is right here. And it's not going to look right because we have like a thing. So I'm going to do 10, 11, and we're going to go down to 12, 13. And just like that, we have inserted the unused graphics for the downwards parking space into the game. Now, it's only a graphical change. It has no functionality, but it is kind of cool that you can use this trick to see, just what it would have looked like if it was actually used. But okay, I hear you, parking spaces. Where's the stuff I'm actually here for? We're getting there. You should know after the Ostroid part that, you know, I saved the best for last. Otherwise, why would anybody watch? I hope you're enjoying, by the way. But moving on, let's go to a different unused graphic. So if we look at the tiles loaded into the sprite data for 1-2 here, you may notice something rather interesting. It is a heart. But this heart is odd because the hearts that are normally used in the game, like this is the one that gets dropped when you defeat an enemy up here. And it's exactly as I mentioned earlier where you have that mirroring where really only half the heart is there, but the second half of it gets mirrored when the enemy drops it. And then you have this one right here, which is the double hearts that you can pick up. But this one is very odd because as you can see how this one is more centered, where, you know, these are 2 tiles and these are 2 tiles and there's some space on each side to make it look like it's in the middle. This heart is completely unused, stuck in here with the enemies, and yeah, there's just no need for it really. So there you go, an unused heart. Clap our hands together, we did it. We found the unused graphics in StarTropics. We can all go home. Although the keen-eyed of you may have noticed something that's been lurking in plain sight this whole time. There's a lot going on over here on the left, and it took me about a second to say, wait a minute, there are some things very wrong with this. So skulls are an integral part of the graveyard portion of StarTropics 3-3. We can see them all bouncing around up there, which is why this might go unnoticed initially. If we look up in the graphics here, let's get all these guys out of the way. I'm playing with my left hand while my right hand's on the mouse. One-handed NESing, here we go. All right, so if we look up here, we can also see what looks like a skull, but this is in the background tile graphics, while the sprite graphics that you're seeing up there are clearly over here. So what is up with this? We come back to this room here where things are a little bit simpler. You'll see that even in this room, those weird looking skull graphics are still here, and they are actually present in every single level, except for the space ones, which naturally have very different tile sets. So what's up with that? Well, let me open up our PPU thing over here again, and allow me to write them into the game for you, and you can see for yourself if this is something that is actually used, or if it truly is an unused anomaly. Alright, so I'm looking for 24C8, which seems to be right about here. So again, we're going to be entering 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, and 1, 5 to get this guy in the game. And keep your eyes up here because that's where I'm going to be writing him into. Again, that's 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5. So there you go. That's the skull. I mean, it looks kind of like the one that we just saw in the level previously. I mean, obviously it doesn't look quite right because it has kind of like a weird black background, which makes me think maybe this was originally intended just to be a sprite and that would have been like the transparency layer. But if we keep looking past where the skull is, what's all this stuff? Maybe we should try writing that into the game as well, starting with 1, 6. So let's go below that and let's go 1, 6, 1, 7, 1, 8, 1, 9. It has a body and feet. What is this? It's like the creepiest thing that is not in the game anywhere. But if we keep looking, it goes on with 1A, 1B, and all the way down to 2, 1. What does it look like if we load that in beside, again, starting with 1A? And again, it's going to do this weird thing, like where it thinks I've typed in the letter that I haven't. So 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E, 1F, 2O, 2-1. It is a skeleton with a wide open mouth And you can tell because like, here's the teeth, I guess, and there's the teeth, it still has like its little feet down here. What the heck is that? Where would that have been in StarTropics? And the fact that it's in the graphics for every single non-space level, they must have really thought this thing was gonna be all over the game. Like, it is just too weird. So, I don't know, that blew my mind when I put all that together. And this is truly something that I've never seen. Like, why does its mouth need to be open that wide? I can understand if it was shooting something at you. That's gonna be a massive blast coming out of there. Very, very strange. And again, the fact that this is background tiles and not even the sprite tiles, which are over here. Like, how would that have all come together? Is just very, very odd. But for the keen-eyed, we're not quite done yet. Continuing right after that, we have 2 more, or rather even 4 more tiles, which do not appear anywhere in StarTropics. So allow me to load those in for you as well. So again, looking down here, it's, let me raise it up a little bit. Tile 22, 23, 24, 25. Here we go. 22, 23, 24, 25. It's a hole in the ground. That doesn't appear in StarTropics 1, but there are similar looking holes in StarTropics 2. Now you have to put those kind of bowling ball things in Da Vinci's basement. That sounds a lot weirder if you don't know what StarTropics 2 has going on. But yeah, it's this weird hole thing. Like maybe you would have fallen through it like that secret room in chapter 6-2, or maybe something would have come out of it, because you know what it kind of reminds me of. I remember just by writing in the graphics doesn't actually change any of the scenery. It also uses the color palette of the thing that you overwrite it with, so there's no guarantee that any of these would have been the correct palette that was intended to be used. But you know what it does remind me of? It reminds me of a certain thing that we find in space. In chapter 7-2, and I think also briefly in 8-1, there is this thing called the death disc, and when you stand in front of the shooter, it comes out of there and flies at you. So this is kind of what that looks like in the in the cave tile set, where maybe, they could have come out of it down there. And to support this theory, there's actually something a little bit interesting to show you in level 5-1. So here we are in level 5-1. We should probably pause before these guys come and get us. We've already shown earlier how to despawn those guys, should you like. But let's pull up the PPU data again. And if we look in the sprites, mixed in with the stakes and the arrows and all of Captain Bell's traps, the fountain from 3-5, ignore that. But mixed in with all of that are graphics for the death disc, which never appears anywhere but in space. So maybe at one point they were going to appear in the cave levels, and that hole would have been used for them, or could have been used for any other number of things. Who really knows? But the fact that 2 of the frames for the death disc appear mixed in with the tile set that is actually used in 5-1 is certainly a little bit suspicious. But the weirdest part, though, I mean, this kind of hurts my theory, but again, we've shown how graphics can be changed at any time, is that the tile set for 5-1 is like one of the only ones in the game that actually doesn't have that hole, because instead it has the graphics loaded for the pulley system final cutscene, which I showed off earlier in the video where we made Mike walk into it and instantly die. But of course, with bank swapping, there's no reason that this needs to be loaded for the entire level. They could have put that hole in when it was needed and then put the ending graphics back in when they were needed. So that's not completely, destructive to my theory. But the fact that these are here, I think is very interesting. So since we've been talking about space a lot, I think it would make sense for us to take a trip to space. So let us load in a space portion of the game on the Overworld map. Here at the entrance to 7-2, if we look at the Overworld map data for space, we can see something rather interesting that is never used, at least in the space area, and that is these window-looking tiles. Now, do you know where these are used? And to see if you've been paying attention, because they have appeared in this video to this point. That's right, they are used at the lighthouse. So if we take a trip back in here, we can see that those exact same window looking tiles are used in this area. So then why are they featured in the space tile set? What use could they possibly have way up there? And it's not just a matter of, you know, obviously this bank is not loaded when we're in space. So just why would they be included in there? And my theory is that if we go to the very last overworld map from the space section, where you're racing to get the last magic cube, this is just kind of like a bunch of destroyed graphics and such. Not too much really going on here. But if we have a look at Zoda's ship from the outside, we can see that there is a glass-like cockpit up in the middle here. So my theory, and then backed up by the fact that the end of 8-1 has you climbing a massive set of stairs, is that perhaps at one point this is supposed to be you climbing up into that cockpit part of the ship. And then that area where you collect the last magic cube actually would have been the cockpit. And there would have been some of those glass graphics used here. But then the fact that everything is cracked and broken, I guess maybe they didn't fit in. I don't know. This is all speculation. This is a lot of speculation for like a graphic that's also used elsewhere in the game and just happens to also be included along with the space graphics. But I think it's really interesting. And I mean, why couldn't that be what they were going to do? But again, obviously that's all made up. But the takeaway from this portion of the video is that there are window graphics in the space overworld tile set for some reason, and we'll never know why. I hope you like space, because we have a lot more to look at up here. Here in chapter 8-1, you fall through this trap door into a secret area, and you usually fight a bunch of these guys, you can get some items, and then there is a teleporter at the end. But the weird part about this teleporter is that at the other end, you end up on top of what kind of looks like a hatch. And what would be the reason for that if you had just teleported here? Well, inside of the graphics for the space tile set, we can see that there are actually stairs which go completely unused, because the only way to get around inside of the space levels is through teleporters. There are no stairs in outer space, with the exception of on the overworld map, but these are not the same stair graphics that are used there. They are level exclusive stair graphics that end up never getting used. So if we go back to where that teleporter was in the basement there, let's see what it looks like if we overlay the stair graphics where the teleporter is. And there you go, we have some stairs loaded into outer space, except they don't look quite correct. Maybe implying that at one time the tiles that we're walking on right now were going to look a little bit different, and then that would have fit in better with it. But maybe what you're thinking is the tiles that are used in the overworld portion of the space section are much different than those in the level. Maybe this was made to match the overworld tiles. So let's put in the overworld stairs beside where these stairs are and see how that looks. And we're going to do that by changing one of these banks to be the one from the overworld. Hopefully it won't mind too much. There you go. So that is what the overworld stair graphics look like, loaded in directly beside the ones that you can use in the level. And there's definitely subtly different. It's not the same graphics. So that means that and the downward stairs are unused as well. Again, no stairs whatsoever inside of levels in space. So all these stair graphics inside of Bank CB are unused in the final game. But okay, I know what you're saying. Stairs, Andrew, really? We're down to nitty gritty and worried about stairs not being used? There's more, don't worry. There is more where that came from. And because, you know, it's still supposed to be a teleporter, it still acts like one. We can change that. Oh, that's not looking so good. That's not how it's supposed to look. Again, to load in those overworld graphics into a dungeon level. Didn't have great results in that regard. But we can fix that by loading state. Alright, so that's back to looking a little bit better. So what else can we find in outer space that has never been used? Well, if we look here, tiles 7.3 and 7.4 appear to be what looks like some kind of ladder that is never used in the final game. Maybe it was a beta version of this thing. Let's check it out. I don't know, maybe that's not what was intended. Like maybe it is actually supposed to be a ladder. Very strange though. But you know where we do see ladders? Over here. So perhaps we should try replacing that with this unused graphic and see how it looks. I don't know, I can't personally say that looks a lot better. So whatever this is, it's probably like a very early version of it. And when the tile set changes to the one where everything is cracked, it doesn't get an update, so it's probably just something that was left in there from way earlier on in the game, but certainly a strange anomaly nonetheless, and something that you would never see in the normal game. Speaking of other things that you never see in the normal game, how about this right here? I'm gonna play some trickery right here, and I'm going to show you all how I do this in the next part where we talk about levels. But I'm going to give you a sneak peek of that right now. In StarTropics, there are doors that open normally, along with doors that explode in order to open them. If that makes no sense to you, allow me to demonstrate perhaps. So for example, here in 7-1, we can make the wall explode and reveal a room that didn't have any obvious door, but you can see how it looks like the wall has been blown open. In cave levels, you will find these just like this one that move vertically from a room, one room up to another or down to another, as well as ones that go from rooms left to right. However, in space, the only time that walls ever explode like this is vertically and never horizontally, meaning that the horizontal explosion graphics, which actually are in the game, are completely unused. So again, bear with me, I will teach you how to do this in the next part, but right now I'm about to walk right through this door, and on the other side it will show the exploded wall graphics, just as if we had blown it up. So that is some completely unused blown up wall graphics. Incredible, right? And if we go back to the other side, we can then see what it would look like from this direction as well. So that's something that's really hard to see if you're just looking at the graphics. Like that's this stuff here and like this stuff up here. So you're probably not going to pick up on exactly what you're looking at unless you can put it into the game, just like we have there, some more unused space stuff. But okay, I hear you. I really hear you this time. You're really like, all right, stairs and exploded walls and parking spaces. This is not what I signed up for when I came to find unused StarTropics graphics. So let me tell you, I have saved the best 2 graphical anomalies for last, and they are really, really cool. So here we are midway through level 6-1. We just beat the mini boss, and it plays the fanfare like to make you think you beat the level, and then there's still a whole half level to go. StarTropics loves doing that. It's hilarious. It's like you thought it was over, psych, and then it will do that like 5 more times before you finally get to the end. You can see down here that we have the graphics loaded for the mini boss, and that they're going to change as we enter the next room. Now this bank has changed that we can have these Armet enemies loaded, which become a bit of a staple of this half of the level. We also have these squid guys, which appear a little bit later. But then we get this. What is this? There are no scorpions in StarTropics 1. You know what game does have scorpions? StarTropics 2. The scorpion went unused in StarTropics 1, and then the graphics ended up being used in the sequel. Now, there may be slight changes that were made to them when being transferred from one game to another, but it is definitely the scorpion that shows up in the second game. Isn't that incredible to be able to see that they were thinking of having a scorpion enemy in the first one, and then it finally found its place in the sequel, which is just so neat. And in the sequel, they typically shoot at you, but as you can see in the bank here, there's no bullets to be seen, so that was probably not a planned functionality at this point. Unfortunately, all the enemy kind of prying that I did, I never found unused enemies. Again, so like I found the graphics here, which is so cool, but it's not like I ever found an unused scorpion enemy which these graphics correspond to, which is too bad. Maybe a little bit more digging, someone could find something, you never know. But just from my initial searches, what I can do though, the closest I can get to showing you what this might have looked like in game is if we go to the beginning of level 6-2, or really anywhere, I guess, that has the rat enemies, but it's more fitting to do it in a level that shares the same theming. So here, it looks like the scorpions have actually been loaded into the game, because when the rats are looking downwards, it just happens to use the exact same graphical tiles as where the rat would be, but now the scorpion's there, so it looks like them. It's not going to look so right once they start moving around more, like from the side, it looks like the squid. Going up's not looking so healthy, but when he's moving down, that's the scorpion from StarTropics 2. I love it. I absolutely love it. So again, just kind of getting into the developer's mind here, seeing that they were originally going to have that enemy, reused it in the sequel. Who would have thought? But there you go. But it's not just the scorpion. There is one more unused thing. Graphics for something that went unused. And it's not a wall, it's not stairs, it's even bigger and better than the scorpion. And to show you what I'm talking about, we're gonna pay a visit to our old friend, you know him, love him or hate him, Mr. Armstrong. This guy has been like a central feature of so many weird things that have happened in this game. And I feel like he's kind of like a key to just some of the stuff that went on and maybe got cut or who knows what. But why are we back here? Why are we back here? Because, and you may remember, can I turn this back on? Do I still have it loaded? There you go. Remember, Mr. Armstrong was for some reason in this really late enemy bank, 7B. Despite also having like an earlier one, I think it was 2D. Why? Why this late bank 7B? And seeing what graphics Mr. Armstrong is bundled with may shine some light on this. Look at this! Look at this thing! What is it? I've pondered and pondered what it could be. Like, is it an alien? Is it from space? Is it a volcano? Is it a plant? Like, this looks like legs. Like, this right here looks like it has legs. And then, in this frame, the legs kind of go in before whatever this is on top comes back out again. And just, why are these bundled with Mr. Armstrong? What is with that? So maybe at one point, the reason these rooms are 7B is because it was intended that this enemy would be in them instead? And then that's why there's also that 2D room that has Mr. Armstrong, but then it just all became Mr. Armstrong? I don't know. But this thing is so cool. And the problem is that it does not correspond with any other enemy in the game. So it's not like there's, the graphics for it just changed or whatever. It's very strange because it's only 3 tiles wide. So you get 1, 2, 3 tiles, and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, where as you can see, most things are either, 2 tiles wide or 4 tiles wide. But a 3 tile wide sprite is such an anomaly for StarTropics. And again, unfortunately, I didn't find any unused enemies while looking through everything. I went through banks 00 to 7B, and I did some of the space ones as well. And there was no gaps there. Unfortunately, nothing really stood out. I didn't go like too far past 7B. Like, it starts getting glitchy after that. Maybe in the A's or something. Again, if anyone wants to check it out, feel free to. But it seemed like it was all just glitchy after that point. But the closest we can get to seeing what this might have looked like in the game is actually if we load 6-1's final boss, which would be right here. And we load those graphics back in. And we need to get back to where the graphics banks are, which again, remember that's 1-4. And this weird anomaly is in graphics bank EC. I don't know if I mentioned, but the Scorpion was in graphics bank DO. And this guy is in graphics bank EC. So let's just change, let's see, 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's pick both of these EC. And actually, what we want to do is we want to force it to stay that way. And let's force both of these to be EC. So we can make sure the cheats are turned on. I think something else I had turned on though. Yeah, we don't want the sea serpent to appear in the next room. Okay, so we have both of those graphics banks forced to be in EC now, so that even when we go into the next room, it will stay that way with this weird plant alien thing loaded. Let's see what the boss looks like. So it hasn't loaded yet. It's kind of gonna come off the wall here so you can get a really good look. And there you go. It has 3 frames of animation, so right now you're only seeing 2 of them. But that's what it would have looked like in the game. I'm not saying that, you know, this was originally supposed to use those graphics whatsoever. It just coincidentally that by putting those graphics over top of this boss, I killed it way too quick. You can kind of get a glimpse at what it would have looked like in game. Let me load that again so we can get more than a 2-second look at it. All right, back into here again. So yeah, like just the strangest thing. What would this have been? What would it have done? Where would it have been used? Is it an alien? Is it a plant? Is it just some sort of generic monster? You know, that would have been in the cave? I don't know. And again, remember, it has 3 frames of animation. Unfortunately, we only get to see 2 by kind of using this, you know, half-baked method of inserting it into the game. But you can see what I'm talking about, how this part kind of looks like legs that come in when it, you know, when it's getting ready to shoot. But that's it, everyone. Those are the unused graphics of StarTropics. That's insane that there's stuff like that in there. I hope everyone's enjoying that as much as I did. When I saw that, I was like just mind blown, and I was so hoping that we would find, you know, an actual enemy to correspond to it, but there wasn't, at least from my investigation. But just the fact that these graphics exist and gives a little bit of a glimpse into what may have been in those scorpions too that were reused in the second game. I'm just rambling now. That's the graphics, everybody, but we're not done yet because we have levels coming up next, and there is still a lot to discuss. So at last we have arrived at the real meat and potatoes, the levels themselves, the rooms. What are they and how are they made? We are going to completely demystify how StarTropics puts these things together. And let's turn off the graphics. That's what the boss is actually supposed to look like. Let's take a trip to the room, the discovery that really piqued my interest in diving further into StarTropics and just what secrets might be hidden within. Here we are in a room close to the end of level 3-5, very unassuming. You wouldn't think that anything too major is going on here. You got a few tiles, you got some switches that appear after you hit them, there's an exploding wall we've talked about, here's a door that opens. No big deal, right? Well, one of the last kind of discovered things in StarTropics, one thing that so many people, no matter how many times you've played this game, how much you love it, something that was just missed, because why would it be there, is a secret tile in this corner that looks exactly like grass, but when you jump on it, hearts appear. This blew my mind. And again, this is something that wasn't discovered until, you know, a decade or so ago. So, you know, in StarTropics terms, it's quite distant, but you know, it was one of the last things that was really kind of found out about this game prior to this video. And it just blew everyone who cared about StarTropics' mind. All 5 of us were shocked that there was a secret like that. What else had we missed by not just walking in every corner of the room? Because now anything can be a secret. Nothing was off the table. And that was the catalyst for me wanting to look further into the game. A lot of the research you have seen today began in 2015 with the hope of finding more things that had just gone completely missed over the years. And a big part of trying to figure out more about the rooms comes from this section right here. There's actually some redundancy where, like, once you go down far enough, some things start repeating, like what we're going to be looking at. You'll also find around EOO, but for our purposes, we're going to be doing around 600, because again, it's the same. But bear with me here. What you are looking at right now is the data that comprises the room that we're in. The room that we're in is being stored in RAM, and by looking at this, we can decipher where various things are. 4 is grass, 8 are the walls, DO are tiles, so we can see them mixed in there as well, including this one in the corner. So again, if we reload this room and then go through the door again, you'll see that is now D4, because DO is just normal tiles, but D4 will be one that spawns an item, as we saw, and it will then turn to DO after we do that. These, F7 and F4, they are switches, and when you jump on them, they spawn the switch that is the value of that byte plus 8. So F7 should spawn FE, or rather FF. Is that correct? F7 plus 8 is 15. Yeah, of course it is. So there you go, FF. My bad. It's been a long video. Mathing is getting hard. Let's see if we can do it. F4 plus 8. So we're looking at 4 plus 8, 12. So ABC, FC. Yeah, we did it, everyone. FC right here. And that's what blows up the wall. So that's a little bit of a look into how switches work. So by seeing that I could look at these and kind of get an idea for what rooms looked like, I set out on a search for more hidden tiles, and what better level to start with than 3-5. So let's jump back in time a bit to a bonus room that appears earlier on in this level. Alright, so this is a classic StarTropics room where it seems simple enough. We have a chest, you jump on this tile and a switch appears, but it seems way too far away, and this one as well can kind of go up there. So I can make this jump, but what about this? It seems way too far. So you want that switch. You really want it. You're gonna make the jump, and a secret tile appears, which allows you to get over the gap and get the item on the other side. But what about other secret tiles? So now we're not just looking for them in the floor, we're looking for ones in the middle of the water, all sorts of things. If we look over here and try and read the data, we can see we have a long string. We have B9, which is this door. We have 40404040, and then we have the DOs, which are the tiles. And so one thing I should mention is that the room data starts at 600, and it goes across from one end of the room to the other, and then it jumps down 2 rows. It skips 610, goes to 620, and then it goes 40, 60, 80. That's why right now we're looking at AO, because, you know, we skipped 9-0, and that's why I don't look at anything that's going on in BO right now, because it's not relevant to what we're currently talking about. So this 4-0 is where we're currently standing. You skip a row, so if we jump down, now we're at DO. C9, if we reload the room once more, you'll see that C9 was also this secret tile. Because here we are. So we're currently standing on this DO right here. Here's another C9, which turns into just a normal tile DO once you land on it. So that C9 down below, why? Why is there a tile there? There's no reason for it. And that was something that, based on that other discovery that was made, I started looking into the RAM like this, and I discovered this tile 10 years ago now. Like, why? What else is hiding in this game? That's insane. And unfortunately, after that, I didn't get back to this for quite a while. I did, again, all sorts of research, figured out a whole bunch of the RAM map, figured out that I could look at this and discover where secrets were hidden. But for pretty much 10 years, I put it down until just recently when I dove into it again and I started discovering all the things that I have introduced to you in this video so far. But really, it's painstaking to have to try and play the game and look over here and just figure out what's going on based on, you know, skipping a row and seeing the value and, you know, what's that DO? Is that the row I should be looking at? And so, the kind of key to everything that you have seen today, the most massive piece of the puzzle that has helped me so greatly understand just what is going on within StarTropics, is a Lewis script that I wrote. And the scripts I have showed you so far throughout this video have just been bite-sized pieces isolated from the main script to focus on whatever it is I am talking about in that moment. But, I can't believe it works. I can't believe, I'm in awe every time I see it, because it's like, whoa. And, you know, it's also available in the description if you want to use it yourself, so I'm not hogging it all for me or anything like that, but I love it. Every time I look at it, I get blown away, because I am introducing to all of you the StarTropics Room Reader! This is the most incredible thing that really helps you understand just what is going on in the game. You have the tiles, you have the water, you have the warps. Let's go back to the first room we discussed here at the end of 3-5. So here we are. I mean, there you go. Obviously the number signs are the walls and such. Warp to the next room. And look at that. We can see where the switches are, all nicely colored. Open up the doors. We can see the doors, any walls that can potentially open. And of course, we can see the secret tile hiding in the corner. So this was just so massive in understanding how the game works, how rooms work, how things are compiled. And of course, we got a whole bunch of other information here. We got the stats, as you know. The bottom row is the enemies, as we've discussed previously in the video. So we got the enemy set, enemy positioning, enemy spawned or not. This one is the room. So this is room 2E. If we go back, you'll see this is room 2D, and this is the preset data right here. This determines when you enter a room, things like what tile set it uses, what music it uses, what triggers it has, like if you defeat all the enemies, it opens up a door, things like the switches, and when you hit them, what happens. It controls almost everything that's going on inside a room, and the color palette. So this also determines the colors that things use. So that's why the sea serpent looked the wrong color before, because this preset was not the one that loads the color palette for the sea serpent. So these are two very major things. And then this up here is your coordinates, where you'll notice if we go left and right, that turns to 8A. So yeah, left and right, left decreases it by 1, right increases it by 1. Going down subtracts 8, and then going up adds 8. And that's kind of how the game keeps track of where you are. But yeah, so that's everything that's going on when it comes to a room in StarTropics. So what are some of the discoveries that I have made using this, you may ask? So there's actually not as much as I was hoping there would be. Oddly, 3-5 is just like a treasure trove of kind of odd tiles. Let's see where we can go. There is 6-1. Oh yeah, so it works for wide rooms too. We'll get to that. Where everybody knows that if you go to the top of the room, you can find a secret by jumping to the right here, and it allows you to access this. But did you know you can actually also jump up from this side as well? Yeah, everyone obviously just jumps from here because it looks like you can probably get to it better from there. But yeah, the fact that you can go up through that as well, pretty cool. So just to the north of this room, we have the dungeon's mid-boss, where there may be something interesting to see. And here's those Armet guys, which you may remember from the last section. So now you can see, here we are, and up here, if we look at the room reader, there are actually some wall tiles and just tiles that you can jump on that you can never actually get to nor see just in normal gameplay. So remember, the room that we're in right now, that is 5E. So 5E is what you see, where A2 is the room preset, and that essentially has the ability to layer things on top of the already existing room, which in this case is 5E. So that includes switches, like you can see down here, there's a tile a little bit covered up by the room reader here, but this tile, we can tell by looking at the room reader, is going to reveal something or do something when we jump on it. And up here, we can see a whole bunch of other things that were laid on top of the room as it is as a result of the A2 preset. Now, what you can tell is that these are clearly placed there because the boss, it kind of, keeps them in check, keeps them from going too far to the left or right. And I'm assuming it probably also stops it from coming forward when it's you know, behind this wall here, because you'll never see it kind of come down here. It always kind of comes down in this area, which makes a lot of sense. Let's jump on this tile so you can see how that made the anklet appear. So this is a lot like the octopus boss from chapter 2, except this time you don't get any Mr. Snowman to kind of help you here, but come on, come on. Oh, almost got it. Got the boss HP identifier down at the bottom, working as intended. Again, it never goes to 0 though, for whatever reason. It's currently set to display when the boss music, only when the boss music is playing. So that's kind of the trick I use to only get it there when it's necessary. So perhaps you're wondering what's going on with the tiles up there. Well, what we can do is we can make a bunch of grass. So have a look here. We're going to put some 4 rows in here, which remember is the grass tile. Was that 4 row? Where are we here? No, we're at 7 row. So I actually want to do this row here. Or maybe we'll go over even one more. At the grass here, grass here, grass here, grass here, and grass here. So now even though it doesn't look like it, we can tell thanks to the room reader that we can actually walk along up here and jump along these tiles, which again, we could tell from the room reader already that they weren't going to do anything when we jumped on them, because they are just ordinary DO tiles. As you can see here, no triggers or switches related to them. So I can understand why the boss needs walls to kind of keep it in line. Not sure what's with the tiles that they put up at the top, but something interesting for sure that I noticed thanks to the room reader. So from one boss room to another, here we are at the end of level 6-2, where you fight the twin heads. We're going to keep the room reader off just for a little bit here, because I don't want to spoil the surprise, but anyone who's played StarTropics before will probably tell you that this is one of the easier bosses in the game. You use the asterisk weapon that you pick up in this level, and you're likely going to have a whole ton of them by the time you get to the boss, and you kind of just stand back in the safe spot here and press the B button a couple times, 10 hits I think it is, and they're dead. That's it. Congratulations. You beat the level. And again, I think that's why what I'm about to show you has gone missed for so long. It blew my mind. If by chance this is not the secret that I thought it was, please feel free to let me know. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do this before. And again, because there's no reason you would, with the boss being as simple as it is. So let's load back to before we enter the room. And it should also be noted that I wasn't sure if I should include this in the enemy section or in the stage dungeon part of the video. Hopefully you're, everyone's watching the whole thing and enjoying it, so you get the, all the information anyway. But I think it's more of a stage kind of quirk, and you're gonna see it very clearly once we load the room reader back up. So let's do that. There we go. So if we go into the next room, what do you notice that you might not have really thought about before, but makes sense once you see it on the room reader? If you, for some reason, did not have the asterisk weapon, maybe you ran out, because if you die in StarTropics, you lose all your weapons, so there are chances to pick some more up before the boss, but you might not have 99, as is depicted here. So let's say that we had 0. What would we have to do? Well, clearly, in order to do any damage to the boss, you would have to jump up here and deal with this fire and attack the heads directly. But look at the room reader. You can actually jump up in front of the statue and stand here, and not only that, it acts as a safe space. You can just deal damage to the head all day long, and not only that, you can actually jump to the side as well, so you hardly even have to deal with the fire. Like, look at that! That's insane! And again, most people who get here are going to have the asterisk weapon, so you never have to really worry about getting up in their faces, literally anyway. But the fact that you can do that is just like, it blew my mind. So I'm like 99.9% sure that that has never been done before. But if I'm wrong about that, please feel free to let me know. And not only that, but as you can see, there's like, the water here that allows you to jump from the side onto the statue directly, but it also means that we can jump through the statue's arm, which is kind of funny, and like drown up here like that. But not only that, if the head's not dead yet, it actually acts as like instant contact damage with the boss and kills you instantly, which is something you normally can never do with that. Even if you stand directly in front of the statue, it's not possible to touch the boss's head in that way and get an insta-kill, or, you know, insta-death from the boss. So it's just so weird. This is just such a neat thing that, again, like, you would never normally think about because of the way that, you know, it's just so natural to deal with the boss, stand back and shoot. But I actually really like this. So now if we take this seriously, this is what a fight against the boss looks like if you use this technique, like, through and through. So you just get up here. You know, they die really easily once you kind of, again, literally get up in their face. There's only so many times I can say that. Like, I think that's probably more fun than just standing back and pressing the B button a bunch of times. So that's probably how I'm going to defeat the boss from now on. And again, it works pretty much the same every single time. There's not really any RNG to it. The shots that they take are pretty much always identical. So, you know, there's really nothing stopping you from, and again, once you get up here, you know, it's a safe spot. So, again, maybe this is more impressive to me than everyone's like, okay, we get it, get on with it here. But I don't know. I just thought that was so cool. And one more interesting thing to note about this, though, and it's going to relate to something we're going to talk about in a bit, called presets, room presets. And you're going to get so sick of them once we dive into them. But I'm going to give you a bit of a preview here anyway, just to get you a little bit sick of it already. And that is when you enter the room, I'm going to see if I can pause the emulator the instant that the room changes at the bottom right. So keep your eyes on the map at the bottom right. Okay, I did it. Oh, I did it good. Okay, so what this means, again, we're going to talk a lot more about this soon, is we are entering room, or like, you know, room design 6.1 with the preset D7. So 6.1 is what you're seeing right here. And then the preset is what does things like adds the switches to the room. You can see that these two switches are still green because their special attributes haven't been added yet as a result of the preset. And also that tile's not here, nor is the water beside it, where now if we unpause, and the preset gets a chance to load, you can see that now those things have changed thanks to the D7 preset. So these are actually supposed to be solid tiles, but the D7 preset overlays the green, or, you know, the ability, like, you know, this tile and the water beside it, along with, again, those special tiles, which I was just mentioning, because now you can see if we go and jump on one of them, you know, it causes items to appear, and same with the one that's slightly off screen. But again, that's all preset talk that we'll get to soon enough. Again, even this room gives you the asterisk weapon, so there's no reason you would ever go stand up there and attack their faces like that. But that's so cool. Again, I'm like 99.9% sure that that was unknown knowledge prior to this video, but to all the StarTropics nerds out there, all 5 of you, I'd love to hear your thoughts down in the comments below, as well as everyone's thoughts. Hope you're having fun. I think I've done enough about this room now. Let's move on. 3-3, the Ghost Tunnel, has a side path that you can take which brings you to this room, and you might think that the only purpose of it is to pick up the lantern, which you then take back into the main part of the level and can use it to light up some dark rooms so you know what's going on in there. But StarTropics players will know that if you use the Rod of Sight here, it reveals a few ghosts, and that by defeating them all, you will open up a secret side path to a special room with a medicine bottle and all that sort of stuff. But what's going on with that guy down at the bottom? As we saw, those other two ghosts, they were kind of stationary, meanwhile this one is moving, and I think that's because there are two versions of this sprite, the one that is set to just kind of stay still, and one that is set to go from one side of the room to the other until it hits a wall. But that's not what this guy is doing here. How come he's kind of just staying in that center area? Is that a special sprite? Well, if we turn on the room reader, we can see that this effect is actually achieved by putting invisible walls here and here so that it only goes in that sort of area in the center of the room. And interestingly, that means that even if we try to, I mean, normally you can walk, you know, on a tile, it looks like you're walking, but you're not going anywhere. StarTropics is nice. It won't just let you, you know, walk into the water. You have to jump in it, you know, if you're going to. But even if we try to jump to the right here, you can't because of those invisible walls, something that no one in their right mind ever would have tried. Maybe to get to that kind of piece of ground in the middle there, though, which you normally can't ever stand on. There's no sort of way for you to reach that, but those invisible walls would have stopped you anyway because they're keeping this ghost in place. So we can destroy that guy, do a bit of that, and hey, you want to stand on this ground that no one's ever stood on before? Let's find where that is down here in our room reader. That's going to be pretty low down. So the tiles, of course, are DO. So we have DO, DO, and then we have this 8O. This is likely what we're seeing here. So we just turn that wall into a tile. So there you go, first mic ever to stand on kind of this pointless piece of ground at the bottom here. And we can do the same with the other side. Turn that wall into a tile back up around, and there you go, secret sanctuary room with the medicine bottle. You don't really think about it when you're playing the game, but it's fascinating just how many invisible walls StarTropics actually has. Like if you look at this room, for example, you can see that even though it doesn't look like it, it's completely surrounded by invisible walls, and that's because those are keeping the bats in place from just kind of flying off into oblivion. But yeah, I mean, you know, they're all over. It wasn't just an aesthetic choice that I made down there to kind of put walls all the way around the map. No, those are actually there. And then going into this next room here, speaking of things that you can't see, how about some special trigger tiles on the ground that spawn the Muddo fish? Or rather, as you can see from the E over on the right, the Muddo fish is already spawned, but it's just the, you know, stepping on these special tiles is what makes them emerge from the water. So like you can see, when we take one more step, we're gonna hit the next one. And there he comes. And for as long as you're standing here, he will kind of just keep coming back up. But if we take a step, you know, off that question mark tile, which we should mention, you know, normal ground is 4-0 over here. But these ones that start with 6, like 6-0, 6-2, 6-1, 6-3, those are the ones that designate the Muddo fish coming up. But yeah, now you can even see with the room reader where when you stand, it will cause the Muddo fish to spawn. So like over here, we can see there's this one, and then this one, whoops. I mean, like, you don't have to like actually stop on it, but just kind of even walking over it will cause them to pop up. And then this room I wanted to show as well, again, has invisible walls all around it, keeping those bats in check. But as you know in StarTropics, if you jump, you know, into, you know, water, normally it's a kind of 2-tile wide jump, but we can see, again, because of those invisible walls to the left here, if we actually try to do that for some reason, there is that wall that stops us and you get kind of an awkward looking jump there. Like nothing that anyone ever would have tried for any reason, but now you'll know every time you play it. I suppose we'll talk about 2-1 just a little bit more. How about a random water tile inside your wall? Like there's no reason for that. It seems to get placed there as part of the room preset. Like you can see when the, you know, these pieces of ground here load in that allow you to walk to the wall, that water appears as well. So probably something that was just accidentally inserted and then, you know, just left there and not noticed because there was no real reason to notice it or do anything about it. But yeah, just kind of there you go, water in your wall, even though it doesn't seem to be. And then just to finish up in 2-1, we can see, just like with that mini boss we looked at in 6-1, Octo the Huge, which is a very similar boss, also has that funky stuff going on at the top of the screen. So just all the funny stuff that they use invisible walls to do that you would never normally expect. So here's the funny thing though, is that if, you know, we can see here, you know, these tiles, they align with the tiles at the bottom. And I guess just to reiterate, he kind of comes forward and then stops when he hits this tile and then goes back up. But if we put tiles in between those tiles, so like here and here, rather in here, now we have all those tiles up there. Now he will also come down in those places as well. So those tiles at the top of the screen seem to kind of, you know, set where Octo the Huge or that other boss can come. And then because he doesn't stop, because he, you know, he came down here and then didn't run into another tile at the bottom of the screen, he kept going until he hit the wall. It actually makes the boss a little more difficult because it means you need to be prepared for those times when he can come too close and get that instant kill damage on you by, you know, making contact with the boss. So just another funky thing. We talked enough about that kind of boss already, but there's just so much weird stuff in StarTropics. I love it that, you know, you can start messing with, and it's funny how it makes the game feel a little bit different, which is what we need after not having a new title for like 30 plus years. Here's a familiar location. We're back to the end of 5-1. So normally you walk through this wall, you got to go all the way up and around, and you hit a switch, or rather a tile, and it triggers the end of the level. But that weird pulley wench system thing is just always a topic of discussion in this video, it seems. And if we look down here, we can actually see that there's, for some reason, some teleports in the middle there. Very, very strange. So we've talked before about, you know, how we can turn this into an enemy which destroys us in one hit. Let's also get rid of it. Like, where was it here? 3, like these 8 ones, right? If we do some FF and FF and FF, there you go. No longer something that we need to worry about, but there's still some invisible walls here, again related to that room preset data. So let's find where the room is, and we can see that these B1s correspond with the teleports here. Let us get rid of these pesky walls with some 4-0, and now where's it gonna teleport us to? It's gonna freeze the game. So what these actually look like are, when you're transitioning from one room to another, like these right here, like they put this, like this one's B0 for example, but you know, all the Bs are essentially jumps. If you touch it, you jump to the next room. That's what they put there to kind of create like a shadow effect underneath that thing. It's so strange. And of course, so you're never actually meant to touch it, but you can see how that's what this is. It was just meant to create kind of a, you know, an effect, but if you actually do touch it, then, you know, bad times ensue. But that's just a little bit of you know, demystifying some crazy things that they did with this game for whatever reason. Even though it looks like there's a wall here, it's actually water. And that's because whenever you have a death disc spawned, it's doing some sort of calculation in that spot for some reason. You can see up here that these are, I think, probably checking if Mike is standing in front of the death disc, and then that's why it's doing that. So there's some sort of calculation going on. It's not because there's actually a secret up in the top right there, but just with you know, any room that has the death disc, you'll see that something funky is going on there. But I can say that I'm the first person to ever drown, or whatever this is supposed to be, space water, in that particular tile. Near the end of 6-2, let's get through all this sort of stuff here, and into the next room I believe it's in. So in this room, there are walls on the left that you can walk through and get kind of a sneak peek at a later part that is coming up in the level. Oh yeah, there's no reason to walk into the wrong part of the wall. I can see down there exactly where the warps are now. No need to ever make a mistake again. But as you can see, there's also a warp in the wall down there to the right that you can't reach. Now, unfortunately, I have to tell you that this is just, it doesn't lead anywhere. It just must have accidentally been placed there, but it is funny that it exists inside the wall. But what we can do to get to that is, again, remember, this is displaying what the room looks like in real time, and we can edit that as well. You want to add water to a room? Let's make sure we're on the right row here. Take a 40 and turn it into an 00. Suddenly you got a water tile there. So now it's graphically not going to change. Because, you know, we've shown how you can change the graphics, and graphics being loaded is a separate thing, but how it actually acts in the moment, you can, you know, change on the fly in RAM over here. So this, you know, wall tile preventing us from getting to us to this warp. Don't like that? No problem. Let's find that over here. We can see BE, just like over here, is the warp we're looking at. Let's turn that into 4-0, a grass tile. And I'll stop this for a second so you can see what's about to happen. We can walk here, and if we walk into that warp, unfortunately, the game hangs. So this is an important thing that needs to be noted when it comes to... And actually, before I finish that point, one last thing that I want to show you is at the end of 8-1, where if we go to the left here, and we turn the room reader back on, we've seen these stairs before. You can see, you know, how you can climb up them to the final boss battle, but there are also some warps down at the bottom that you can never normally reach. And up here, there's also some warps in the kind of upper part of the room that you can never normally get to. Obviously, those are just, you know, going to take you up and down, no big deal. Those ones on the floor, though, are kind of interesting, right? So let's get down there, and I'll show you all what's up with those. I'm going to be attacked the whole time, though. So again, let's look at the RAM over here. Where are we currently standing? Somewhere where there's a bunch of 4-0s, because that's the floor. So probably all of these guys right here. Let's turn some more floor here. So you can see us making a path into the ground there to access those warps by putting more 4-0s. And if we walk down to that, it freezes the game again. So again, the point that I was trying to make before I remembered, I also wanted to show you 8-1. is that based on the coordinates that are here, the game knows where rooms should be located in the dungeon. So unfortunately, you can't just, warp into places that you're not supposed to. The game will freeze. It doesn't like when you try to do that. It's not like the Legend of Zelda, which we also looked at, where like all of the dungeons are actually kind of in the same map, and if you can manage to phase through a wall, you could end up in a completely different dungeon. That is not how StarTropics works, unfortunately. So for example, let's say I just beamed in a warp here. Where are we again? Somewhere around here. 404040. Let's put a BO here and see what happens. Good old BO. So you can see I've now turned this tile into a warp. Again, it's going to freeze because it knows that there is no room located over there based on this. So that would be 8-7 if we had moved one more to the left. And based on the level that we have loaded, it's smart enough to know that you can't just go out of bounds like that. So unfortunately, no new discoveries can be made by warping all over the place. But you may be asking yourself, what if we just walk through the wall then? Why does it have to be a warp? Where is my load state here? So yeah, don't make it a warp, just make it a, 4040404040. Now we can just walk out of the room. No big deal, right? Let's see what we start finding when we walk out of there. Well, was that, an unused water tile that was over there? Let's go outside of this room. What if we... Which direction do you want to go? Want to go this way? Where do you think we're located here? Somewhere like this. Ayo. Let's do a 40 here. It looks pretty right to me. A couple of 40s. And let's go this way. Whoa, did we find a secret room? No, it's actually not what's happening at all. You'll notice this is just that last room that we were in, still loaded into, graphically into memory, but not physically. What I mean by that is we are not walking on, unused tiles or anything outside of this room. If you happen to find any switches or any warps by walking outside of a room, you haven't actually loaded a new room. So you're not actually discovering anything new. And what's happening here is that by walking off the edge of 6AO, you are now going down to the start of 6BO and just ending up on whatever incidental, floor data is also being stored here. So you may ask, why is there anything in 6BO to begin with? What is this 6BO? And that relates back to the wide room, which we ever so briefly saw. Let's load a wide room. For example, this one that is in the first level. So because it's a wide room, you'll notice that now we have 4 plus 5, because the way a wide room works is it's just taking two individual rooms and pretty much, stapling them together, where we have 04 on the left half and 05 on the right half. And then once again, this is the room's preset data, which determines things like music and, tile set, palettes, triggers, all that sort of stuff. But now the way that the wide rooms work, if you may have been asking, how come when you're in a normal room, it goes the line 600 and then skips one and goes down to 620, is because in a wide room, 600 to 60F are the top tiles of the first half of the room. And then the second half top tiles are 610 to 61F, and then 620 to 62F, you drop down to the next row and you get the first half of the left half of the room. So basically those odd numbered rows, the 610, the 630, the 650, those are only used in the wide rooms. And so, for this instance, obviously this half of the room had to be loaded into those rows to load this right half of the room. But when you leave the room, those values stay as is, even if the room that you're in isn't wide anymore. That's not like it just overwrites it because you've left it. It will stay there as just incidental data until the next time you load into a wide room, and then that gets overwritten. So again, if you just walk through a wall and end up jumping on some of that leftover wide room data, it's unfortunately not like you're discovering something that was left over there by the developers or anything. It's just incidental that the last time you were in a wide room, that loaded, and now you're kind of going out of bounds and ending up in it accidentally. So that's kind of a quick crash course in, how rooms and wide rooms and all that sort of stuff work in StarTropics. It's so fascinating. I'm so happy with the rabbit hole that I went down, and it's just not documented anywhere. So I'm just so happy to be able to share this with everyone. And again, the room viewer is available in the description for everyone to download and have a field day with. So another thing that we can discuss is non just kind of walking from one room to another warp. So like if we do 3 to B, I believe that's where we'll find some stairs. So stairs aren't as mysterious as you may think once you understand the coordinate system here. So going downstairs, I believe, actually adds 40, which you would think would be the opposite. So yeah, E2 becomes 2-2, and then when you walk back up the stairs again, it subtracts 40. So that's how the game can kind of, put rooms, and then it knows where it should go based on if you go on the stairs or not. And because of that, if we say, for example, go back to 1-1, let's go into the first room here, and let's place some stairs. Which are the stairs? I should have paid more attention. The ones that add 40. Was that F? Not F. So the stairs. F6 is actually a switch. Let's see what happens if we just hit a random switch in this room. The game does not like that because the preset data for this room doesn't include any switches. The door opens just by defeating all the enemies. Let's go back and try that again. So before even going in there, I guess I should mention 7-0 is also a warp, and that takes you back out of to the entrance of the level, while 7-1, if we edit this to be 7-1, is what appears at the end of the level that indicates that you beat it. But let's put some stairs in then. What is it? 7-7 is where you fall through the floor. I think 7-7 also adds 40. Anytime you go down, it's adding 40. So if we do this, and because it loads you in the same X and Y position as where you fell in, very coincidentally, we ended up inside the floor there. But I think this room has a checkpoint, which is why it coincidentally loaded us here. If you want to talk about checkpoints, we can do that ever so briefly. So if you look at the coordinates here, 4-2, this value right here, I think it is value 8. Let me confirm that for you all. No, I'm sorry, silly me. 4-2 is what we're reading right here. 4-2 is our current room. The checkpoint that it stores is 1-4A. So there you go, another 42. So if you want to then change what room you spawn in after you die, you can just change 1-4A to say 5-2, which is a legitimate room because you're just adding 8 and then 8 more, just as if you went up 2 rooms. And where will that take us? It'll take us to this room right before the boss. So if you want to check every coordinate in a dungeon just to see if there's potentially something there, you could change it quickly like that and then just keep destroying yourself. Or if there's a room you just specifically want to check out and you know the coordinate for it, you can quickly warp to it in that way. But now, so now that we're way up in the level, let's put in some stairs that will take us back down. And what stairs were those? Let's try 7-3. You can see I've just put 7-3 in. This turned into a warp. Actually, I forgot. 7-2 and 7-3 are special kinds of stairs. Allow me to explain. Whoever would have thought that stairs could be so complicated? I'm actually kind of glad that I accidentally did the wrong stairs, or else I might have forgotten to show you this. So in a couple instances in StarTropics, there are stairs you'll find mid-level that boot you out of the level, and not in like a good way. Like, this is not the proper end. If we go down, you'll see that these, I think, are actually stairs 7-2 right now. So it's from 7-4 and onward that you get the stairs that actually take you to different places within the level. But 7-2 and 7-3 are special kinds of stairs that must have some sort of pointer stored elsewhere that boots you back to the overworld map in a particular place. And that's why if we try to do 7-2 or 7-3 in a level that doesn't have that kind of pointer, that's why it hung on that black screen, and you can even see it changed to showing the talk points at the bottom because it thought that we were back on the overworld map somewhere. And you can see this again in 3-3. The ghost tunnel being a famous level for booting you back out if you accidentally go in the wrong stairs, and here you can see that this one uses 7-3. So the reason for a 7-2 and a 7-3 is because, for instance, the ghost tunnel here actually has 2 different kinds of stairs that will boot you to different places back on the overworld map. So 7-2 would be one of those, and I think that was 7-3. I think 7-2 is like up in one of these ones, and of course here is how you get back into the level. So yeah, 7-2, 7-3 boot you back to the overworld map if it's like set for it to do that, and if not, it will hang on that black screen. But let's get back to talking about the ones that take you to a different room in the same dungeon. Bring us back to the room right before the boss, put a 7-4 here. And now, is this the downstairs? Yes, and then once again, back to this guy again. Actually, this is the second room of the dungeon. So you'll notice that, you know, stairs are taking us places they're actually working. And at first I thought, whoa, does that mean that, you know, there's pointer data for the stairs in these levels? So there was originally going to be stairs in them, and then they were taken out. But no, what's really happening is those stairs are adding 40 and subtracting 40. So just very coincidentally, since this is a very long vertical level, the stairs will work here, even though there's no guarantee that, you know, there would have been stairs in this level at some point in development. So more interesting though, I think, is that in level 1 here, you'll notice the coordinates. So right now we got 1A. Let's just go up ever so slightly here. And in fact, again, you know, another trick too, if you just want to quickly get to places that you want to check out in the game, is just keep adding warps that you can keep going forward. So like right now, oh god, it's a wide room. Where am I in this massive mess? One of these 4 rows. If I put a BO here, don't have BO. But in this case, it's okay. So if I put a BO here, that's, you know, it's going to jump us to the next room. And you may remember during the graphics part where I was able to spawn in those destroyed wall graphics. And that's because BO is just a normal jump up with a door behind you. But if we instead did B8, that's the jump that does an exploded wall. So like if I put B8 here, and we jump up through that, you'll now see that there is an exploded wall behind us, because that's what, you know, B8 would be used for normally, is those exploded kind of room transfers. Now I just can't catch a break. I keep ending up in the water, but allow me to get to where I want to go, and I will explain to you just something kind of interesting about the coordinates of this level, but probably not really all that significant. Oh, no, that's right, because our checkpoint was way ahead. Alright, well, you know, the other option that we have is we can work backwards as well. Oh, I'm about to get destroyed by the jelly here. No one has ever been killed by one of those. I don't want to be the first. If I do BO here, oh, I'm standing on it right now. If I do BO here, we can work our way back down through the level. And we can do that a couple more times. I could have just put it up where I was, but that would have been the simple way. And one more time. So the point I'm trying to make here is, you'll see right now our coordinate is 3, 2. And in many cases, the rooms will go, you know, all the way to the left. So you can see like, you know, something 0. But in the case of level 1, the farthest left you can ever go is 3, 1 and not 3, 0. No kind of, you know, rooms end with 0. So does that mean that at one point maybe there was a plan to have another room to the left of as far as you can possibly go? Just this kind of stuff. This kind of the things you start thinking about once you've gone so deep down the StarTropics rabbit hole. But otherwise, this room is insignificant, but you can still see it displayed down here in all of its beauty. So let's talk a little bit more about the room presets. We go back to the start of level 1-1. So remember, this is the enemy stuff down here. I put it right above where it shows the enemy. So this is all enemy below, and this is all level related up here. So keep an eye on the preset to the right. Now we're in room 1, and I should elaborate just to make sure. It doesn't mean it's like room 1 of the dungeon. This is room 1 in memory. Like you could load room 1 anywhere, and it would look like this. Like, for example, want to just for fun load a completely random room into what's normally the first room of the game? You know, the first real room, not including like the stairs. Like, we can do that by bringing out old Cheat Miser here. Which one was it? No, the problem was actually just that I hadn't scrolled up enough. This is the one that I was looking for. You have no clue the week I have had. You look at the clock and it's like, whoa, 12 hours have gone by? I've been digging into this game for that long? Again, labor of love. I hope it's all worth it. I hope that you're enjoying it. Alright, so room appearance. No. Yes. Yeah, here's the preset. Is this one. So you want a completely random room? 4-4. What is room 4-4? Oh, okay. So in my defense, I didn't remember to... This is an iconic room in StarTropics, and it's kind of fitting that I accidentally end up here, because I might have forgotten to talk about it otherwise. In fact, let's go there legitimately. So in StarTropics, there is a very iconic room, and I hate to spoil this for all of you who I'm sure after seeing this are just, you know, super excited now to go and try the game out for yourself, but there is a secret area over here to the right where you can pick up some medicine, which will naturally help you with the first boss. You only have 3 hearts in the first level, so you need all the extra health you can get. Wow, do you think this is great? I'm up to 2 now, and there's even more coming up? Until you hit an insta-death room in the first level of the game. As much as I love StarTropics, it's a very mean game, but that just makes it feel all the better once you overcome it and get to the end. If you ever play it, my suggestion to you, and I know it will fall on deaf ears, is to play it without save states or without rewind. It's gonna be a grind, but it will all be worth it when you get to the end and you'll look back and see just how far you came. Because the funny moments like that don't mean anything if you just reset or if you just rewind. But I promise you, you will have a completely different experience if you play it the old-fashioned way. I promise. I promise you won't regret it. But with that said, I had a point that I was trying to make about all this. Oh yes, let's go back to that room again. I know that this is a demonstration video, so I don't really have to, but I just can't help it. If I see a medicine bottle, I have to pick it up. But what we're going to do this time before jumping into the next room is revisit our old friend 170 and make Mike have the ability to walk on water. So 170, I'm going to change that to 00, go through the door, and now we can experience this room in a way that was never previously possible. Unfortunately, based on the room reader, you can see that there is no like super secret that has been hiding in here all these years. It's just always been such an enigma. Like there had to be more to it than just an instant death room for punishing you for your greed. But really, it looks like there's absolutely nothing in here. Still though, you know, fun to finally have confirmation of that. Can all sleep better at night knowing, but yeah, now we get to experience the way you've never done it before. Take that, karma. But the reason all of that happened is because we were supposed to load a completely random room into the first room of the dungeon, and it's because I accidentally had 10 here, but I forgot to click update, which happens sometimes. So now it's going to take us to room 44, now that we've remembered to enable the cheat, and this room is... wow. Just the absolute most exciting room you've ever seen. This feels like maybe the room where you fight all of the mummies inside of 3-3 could be kind of a stretch. But here's the interesting thing. Again, remember, we're still in level 1. Even though we loaded a room into level 1 that's not supposed to be in there, the game still knows what coordinates we're supposed to be bound by within level 1. So even though this room had a door to the left which opened correctly after defeating all the enemies, it will still freeze the game because there is no room at that, what would the coordinate be? 09? If you went 1 to the left, there's no 09 in level 1, unless there is. We're about to all be absolutely amazed right now. But it should freeze when I try to go through this door. So there you go, and it even updated it ever so kindly before crashing our existence. So with all that out of the way, I think I also wanted to talk about the presets a little bit more. So just for example, as you can see, room 1 here, we got preset number 1, go up another room. So it's room 2, but it kept the same preset as the previous room, because just like the previous room, the only thing that is really going on in this room is if we defeat all of the enemies, the door will open. It uses the same tile set music, all that is the previous room, so no need to change it. It's not till you get into here that the preset updates to 02. And that's really significant because you can see we have all these tiles around the side which have switches in them as indicated by the color pink there. And the door only opens once you've pressed the correct switch and not by enemies. So let's now go back to the beginning of the stage and let's hard code preset 02 in there. So let's do 02, remember to update it, enable, go go through this door, and you can see that now the preset is the same as that room we were just in, and it has the switches around the side. It doesn't put the graphics for them. That's why there needs to be tiles placed in the room already, but they indeed do work. And, you know, obviously things are gonna look a little bit funky, but that's how the different presets work. And as another example, let's go back to the beginning of the level again. As mentioned, presets also have to do with tile sets. So if we do this as 1-0, which is the first room of 3-1, which uses a different tile set than this, if we go through the door now, you'll see it uses the room graphics from the first level of Chapter 3. And I believe that room... No. Okay, so yeah, 1-0 is actually the starting room, and actually the door is already open in that room. So what you'll find is if you start messing with presets like this, is you'll unfortunately get stuck a lot because you have to hope that the preset you're using also has a door trigger, which is the same as the room you're currently in. And in this case, preset 10 does not have a trigger for opening a door when all the enemies are defeated. So now we're kind of stuck for all eternity, unless you beam yourself in a warp, which will allow us to jump to the next room. But yeah, as I mentioned, this is the room that normally starts the chapter, or rather the level, which is why at the bottom here, you'll see that these are normally like the stairs that you can exit back down to the overworld map. And also by having, you know, that preset hard-coded, it's messing with some of the other kind of functions as well, which is probably not so healthy. But there you go. See, like, looks kind of funky like that. What you can do with this, though, and, you know, there's some other interesting presets that are really very rarely used in the game. And we've seen this one earlier, but it's one of the coolest ones, and that is 6-0, the kind of weird interlude level that happens at the beginning, near the beginning of Chapter 6. There's a lot going on in Chapter 6. In Chapter 6... Oh, I should turn off the cheat, because that messes with text boxes too. Let's load that again. Nope, that's the very beginning of Chapter 6. Or rather, the end of Chapter 5 leading into Chapter 6. I swear, I'll get it someday. We're almost in the final stretch here. Alright, Chapter 6 has a massive overworld exploration section. It's actually, it's really awesome. So, we were already on top of it there. Let's dive down. You get this really cool section. We get to see like all of subsea underwater. It's really nice. So also, we're still using the room reader Lewis script, but it's programmed to not be in your face the whole time when you're on the overworld map, and instead, transfer into telling you about the talk points and the chapter that you're currently in. So you'll see it's going to change on the fly here, letting us see where we are. So yeah, this has always been like a really cool blue tile set, never used anywhere else in the game. And this is BE, so remember that, because we'll insert that into the first level and see how it looks. Turns into a BF, into CO, and then taking us into the underground ruins, where you find the rest of Chapter 6. But yeah, just like a really weird interlude. You get a really cool blue walls, and like you never ever see those again. But now we can see what a level with that color palette would really look like if we go back and insert that into the first level. All right, here we are once again. Turn this guy on. We don't want 10. What was it? BE, update, and then going into the next room. There you go. And as mentioned, the preset also deals with the tile set. So right now the enemies are not using the correct tile set, so it looks like there are a bunch of Mikes walking around. I'm sorry, Mike. Sorry, little Mike. And just like that. And of course, because that room we were just in didn't have any enemy door related triggers by defeating all the enemies, we still can't progress through the level. But look at that, you get to see some tile palettes that you've never seen in the normal game, plus the cool kind of greenish water. I love that. And the tile set after that is also like never ever used. So let's change this to BF instead. And now we have the darker version of that room. The appearance of the tile and water is ever so barely still hanging in there. And then CO after that was just the complete darkness. And it's different than a typical dark room that you see in StarTropics, where, there's a light switch, you can turn the lights back on. That is literally just like the palette is complete black. So even hitting a switch in that room, I don't believe does anything. And another one that I think is really cool is the palette that you find in 3-2 after defeating Magma the Fierce. There's like a really neat reddish walls, but it has a really nice blue water. So we're gonna do that just because I want to see it. I think it's 2.6 here. Let's update that. There you go. So you can play through like this. But of course, you know, you're gonna have a lot of trouble when it comes to the triggers. So what you can actually do, in fact, this case, I mean, that's a really interesting trigger because I don't think that the room this is normally used in has a door to open by defeating all of the enemies. What is that, 2.6? Let's go. I guess we're defeating Magma the Fierce, everybody. Hope you like random bosses inserted into your level explanations here. 3-2. Or maybe it, oh no, it's because this is 2-6. All right, yeah, so 26 appears in a few different places. Then there's Magma the Fierce, everybody. Sorry, Magma, you don't get defeated today. We figured out what we wanted to figure out. But the point I was trying to make, if we go back again to level 1 here, is that, yeah, you know, the triggers might not always line up, unfortunately. I say that as I forgot to even turn it on. But what you could do if you really like the colors and want to play more levels like that, is if we go to the RAM here, move this out of the way, starting from 1A5, that is where the palette data is stored. Someday we'll get there. 1A5. So starting here, we have the palette of the tiles. And in fact, I'm just going to copy this all. Where are we? Starting here. I'm just going to copy this all because why the heck not? Or tile, water, and wall. Wall ends at 1F. Yeah, 1AF. So that's exactly what I want to copy. But just to demonstrate, so this is the tile color palette. So I'll put a bunch of FFs in there. Tile and floor, I guess. And then the next ones are water. Right? What are we on right now? 1A8. I don't have what 1A8 controls. Maybe it's also the tiles. But basically, as you can see, this is where the palettes for the level are stored. And again, those are what change depending on the preset of the room that you enter. But if you really wanted to play the whole game with just one of those presets, or rather one of those palettes, you could just hard code those values in here. And then every room that you enter will have that palette, even though you haven't messed with the preset at all. So now that I've copied that, we can do some cool things that you never normally see. Like if we go to 6-1, for example, like here. And now if I paste that palette, where did I start it from? 1A5? If I control V, there you go. A palette that you never normally see in this level. And again, when I change the room, it will probably change back. Actually, it didn't. Because some presets don't have the palette data or things like music. Because so in this case, the preset that I think we've accidentally still hard-coded it to 2.6, you know, doesn't have the music for the room that we normally would have entered. But, you know, only rooms that have to set the tile set or the music will do so. And those would be rooms like the beginning of a level, or if there's a checkpoint and you respawn there, it has to load those sorts of things. But you might find some presets that even though you'd think that it would load that tile set because it's used in a certain level, it won't, because that's not in a room that it requires it to do that sort of thing. So did that make any sense? did that make any sense? Please leave as many comments as you want, and I will be glad to answer as many of them as I can. And of course, download the the map viewer. You don't really need, I guess, the room reader to do any of this, but it will help make it easier because you can see exactly what's going on up here. And one more thing to note about presets, because I know you're just, they're so riveting, you just can't wait to hear even more about the presets, is that just like with the enemies, there are two different groups of them. And depending on which group you're on, preset 01 in the cave levels is not the same as preset 01 in the space levels. And the address that we want to look at for that is 134, where if we look at 134 right now, 13 is what designates the cave levels for cave related presets. And if we do 14, we're now in space preset mode. So if we go through here, things actually start getting really funky, where it starts loading space graphics as well. And, naturally, the tile sets and just everything, the music, is taken from the space levels. And because preset 01 in the space levels doesn't have a door with an enemy trigger by defeating all the enemies in here, you know, the door doesn't open, so unfortunately we can't progress. But again, there's ways you can try to work around that. Like if we do that again, so before we go through there, let's come back here. Let's force, or actually we don't need to force it. We can just leave it as 1-4. And if we do enemies, enemy position, enemy types, I think if we set each of these to 0, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Every door might just open automatically for us. Let's give it a shot. No. Sometimes it works, and I don't know what may or may not cause that. But I've found in some cases, if you do like 0-0 for enemy type and 0-0 for position, all the rooms in the dungeon will just open. Like, what if I didn't set it to the space one? Would it have still worked? Maybe because again, you know, there's no enemy door trigger in 00 of the space one, so that's why. But if we do it with the dungeon one, it will probably work. Those are still frozen. Yeah, like, see, now it works, because normally these doors would have opened by defeating all the enemies, but it won't work in the next room, because this one is tile related. At least there's no enemies to have to deal with. Okay, I think we're done talking about the presets. Nope, there's one more thing I still need to mention, and that is that, and in fact, this might be one of the most interesting parts of the video, so I know the preset talk is getting old, but you'll wanna pay attention for this one. The presets generally show up in order of when they appear in the game. That's the case for a lot of things, like the enemies, except for that weird 7B, Mr. Armstrong, and different things like that, where level 1, we should turn this off so we can see the proper presets. Well, actually, that was the enemies anyway. It wasn't affecting it. So, like the preset here, 02, level 1 uses room presets 00 through OE, and then level 2-1 uses preset OF for the first room, and then 13, and then 15 through 24. So it seems like there's some gaps there, but then 3-1 uses presets 10 through 12, and then jumps ahead to 25, and then 28 through 2B, and it ends with 14. But basically, even though it seems like there's some gaps earlier on in the game, they all eventually get filled in by other levels that you know, aren't too far from it. Until you get to 6-2, and that is where things get really, really weird. Should I load in 6-2 just for the atmospheric effect since we're talking about it? All right, we've seen a lot of the big old rock today. And here again, there's that one really rare case where you have a, what's it called? A wide room as the first room of a dungeon. I guess 5-1 does that as well. And one other thing, you know, since we're in 6-2, and maybe I'll talk about, maybe we'll do that after I mention this, is that again, you know, all the presets are used until you get up to 6-2, where as you can see, 6-2 begins with preset A4, and then it goes to AA, AD, through and then AD through BC. So it seems like there's a big gap there between like A4 and AA, for example, but that's okay because A5 through A9 are used in 6-1. So again, it's kind of another case of just things are a little bit out of order, but it's not like anything is horribly wrong. But then, like I said, you get AD through BC, but then BD. If we set this, the next room preset, kick these off, to be BD, where is it here? If we change this to BD, and then try and go through the wall, I don't think I updated it, there you go, update, BD crashes the game. Despite the fact that after BD, we've already seen presets BE through CO in that blue passage that we were exploring earlier. So those ones are accounted for, but then we get to C1, and C1 is a crash once again. So what is with these seemingly broken level presets mixed in with ones that work properly? Is this a signal of something that was removed at some point from the middle there? Because otherwise, why skip them? We haven't seen skips like this in the values in anything like the enemies or such throughout the rest of the game. So then C1 was a crash, C2 through C7 are accounted for. C8 is for some reason in level 3-4, I think it's like the final room of level 3-4, don't ask how that happened. C9 through D5 once again crashed the game, and then D6 through D8 are the ladle, that's the point we're at here, we're talking about soup, are the later levels of the, or rather later presets of the stage. Let me load up a really late part of 6-2 for you here. So this is the room, the second hoodoo doll fight with two of them. As you can see, we're at C3 here. Then it goes up to D6 for some reason with this weird interlude room. Go up to here. We get D8. And this is funny because this is normally a room that you never get to see because it's always dark. But we can use our room reader to see exactly what's going on here. So we can come down here and hit the switches and get some items and such. Open up the chest. But if we really wanted to, we could actually spawn in a light tile so that we can get a really good look at this room that you never normally see. So the question is though, where the heck am I here? Which one do you think I am? We're in the left half of the room. I'd say if I put, what is it though? Oh shoot, is it 7-0? No, not 7-0. F-O. Because it should look like a tile. There we go. If I jump on that now. Alright, what if it was F1? It lit it up a little bit. Weird. Oh, maybe because I jumped on that wrong tile first. Let's try that one more time. Alright, let's put F1 here. And now if I jump on this. No, you still don't really get a good look at what the room looks like. Huh! And where's my secret wall? No, again, no excuse to be missing those when we have, you know, the room reader down there. But there you go! It's a little more than you normally ever get to see of this room. But still pretty funky. And I had a point that I was trying to make with all this. Oh yeah, so this is room preset D8. And if we go up through here, we get preset D7. So that's all of them accounted for. And then the final room of the dungeon is just like, I think the reused last room preset from 6-1. So it's nothing special. But yeah, so D8 is the latest room preset used in the cave subset of presets. But if we go back to here, your question might be then, what happens if we load preset D9? One past which is ever used in the game. Let's give it a try. You get the sanctuary music. It actually works. Even though D9 is never used in the game, it's like it's left over from something that was planned to be. But we can see in the room reader that there's nothing else in this room. There's no secret tiles, nothing that we, just invisible that we can still interact with. But we have technology. How many times have I probably said that over the course of this like 15-hour video? Let's load in some tiles. Let's make a save state just for fun too. And I think I've accidentally written something here I didn't mean to. So let's put FO, F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6, F7. As you can see, those are the different tiles that you can normally hit in a room to make some things happen. And let's once again save our state. Let's start by jumping on F1. It makes the room dark. That's not something you normally ever see, a tile that makes a room dark. Jumping on FO will light the room back up. How about if we jump on F2? It spawned a switch, and this is why the room reader is so important. Otherwise, you would never know that that was there. And if we jump on it, a chest opens up, and it reveals a medicine. Not in the place where the chest opened, but elsewhere. An important thing to understand about chests is that the chest itself means nothing. It is a fancy looking wall, and by activating the switch that seemingly opens a chest, all it's doing is overwriting the fancy chest-looking wall with a piece of ground and spawning an item on top of it. So the chest is completely irrelevant for actually spawning items that look like they're coming out of a chest. So there you go. We just spawned a potion bottle. What if we hit the next one? Another switch. And that spawns some hearts, which once again look like they should come out of a chest. So this is very clearly an unused bonus room, a secret room that would have provided you a potion bottle and some hearts, but it went unused and it was essentially unfinished in the final game. Now the next switches, I don't think that these are really specific to this room, but they'll make some weird things happen. Like this one loads a switch, which opens up the doors. This one spawns a switch inside the walls. I actually think that I meant to spawn one more switch here as well. What did we go up to? F7? Should I do F8 as well? You can't see it because the room reader's in the way. This one spawns a switch that you can just jump on forever, but this might happen in any room that you put F8 in, but just kind of a weird thing like that. And as for the switch inside the wall, we can of course use our tricks here to get over to that. What if I do a couple 4-0s here? And we should put the room reader back on so we can see exactly what we're doing. 4-0, 4-0. So now if I walk to the left here a bit, oh, we need to go up one more. 4-0. No, oh, I did the wrong row. I did the one. That corresponds to the second rather wide room. So if we jump on this now, nothing. And again, I think that if you jump on F7 and F8 in any room, that one in the top left and this one happen, but just fascinating stuff. But that, the two chest ones that spawn the hearts and the bottle, those are specific to this room, left over and unused. So even though it looked like there was nothing in this unused preset, we were able to spawn the switches in, which then showed us that there was a little more to D9 than initially was let on. So unfortunately, after D9, things start to get glitchy. DA doesn't work at all. DB and some other ones after you can use, but I think they're just glitches, garbage. Maybe they would have been worked out at some point, like they would have actually been made into something that worked. Again, the fact that there's all these gaps is just strange in its own, but D9 was a big breakthrough. Unfortunately, after that, nothing really jumped out, but of course, feel free to dive into it yourself and you never know what you might find. I'll show you DA though, but there you go! Proof that another Sanctuary bonus room was planned at some point. Again, just because it's with the data for 6-2, or, you know, kind of lined up with it, doesn't mean it had to be in this level. 6-2 already has a lot of secrets. But, you know, it's possible there could have been even another one at one point. But if we go back to here again, and now instead of D9, we make this DA, of course coming after D9. This is when we get into the glitch zone. I apologize for destroying your eyes with that. So yeah, so there you go, an unused, I mean, it's not an unused room per se, because it's not the design of the room, that course, the preset doesn't determine that. We could put DA in the very first room, and it would still work the same. Or, sorry, not DA, D9. That was just a good room to demonstrate it in, because there was nothing there otherwise. But yeah, so that covers all of the presets from the cave levels. And then when it comes to the space levels, remember that if you change 1, 3, 4 to 14, then all the presets are different. So like 00 is not the same in the cave and in the space. The space levels use presets 00 through 3-1 with no gaps in between. And then starting after 3-2, things get glitchy and weird. So unfortunately, nothing in the space levels preset-wise that really indicates anything was removed. I think with that though, our discussion about room presets concludes. Let's change pace a little bit with some unused tiles. Doesn't that sound exciting? Let's take a trip back to our old friend, the Ostroid, Except not quite. We're gonna be standing right outside his room here, and you can see the pain tiles going by along the floor. The only place in the entire game that these show up, and if you touch them, they do massive damage. So let's have a look over here, and you can see exactly what's going on. The 5F tiles are moving along to the left, and then eventually they come back to the right and go along again. But the interesting thing about 5F is that there are a whole bunch of other pain tiles to go along with it. Any tile that begins with a 5 is a pain tile, and the digit after that is what indicates how much the pain tile, how much damage it will do to you. And in this case, F, meaning 15, when we take a hit, we are dealt a massive 15 half hearts, or 7.5 hearts worth of damage. But what would happen if, let's load this guy back up again. Let's put a pain tile right down here. So that should be here. So instead of 5F, let's do 5-1. And unfortunately, I have to keep taking this away, because then you won't be able to see the hearts. But we've put 5-1 right here. So remember, 5F, F is 15, 5-1, it takes off half a heart. So again, this whole range of tiles from 5-0 to 5F, 5F is the only one that ever gets used. They decided to make all these different pain tiles, and the one they included is the most painful one of all. StarTropics does not hold any punches, and I love it. How about 5-0, you might be curious about? What happens if we touch that? Nothing. It looks like we're taking damage, except we're not. So this is just another one of those rooms that's a massive anomaly. Naturally, right before the boss room, that's a massive anomaly. But yeah, these pain tiles, 5F is used, the rest never saw the light of day. Nintendo just wanted to make sure your StarTropics experience was as painful as possible. And personally, I wouldn't have it any other way. So here's a classic room. Everyone knows the old tale, and I should make a save state here just in case, who knows, the old tale of the exploding tile room. And I should be opening up our map reader again, the good old room reader. So in this room, you can see on the map reader there that there is a gray tile amongst all these green ones. And that is the trigger that sets off the earthquake that you then have to quickly get away from and get out of the room before certain death. Oh, and if you look at the room reader now, you'll actually see those question marks. That indicates that that is a special piece of ground, different from the normal 4-0, and standing there makes something happen, like the arrows shoot, or also you'll see it with the muddo fish, making them appear out of the water. Let's load that back up though. So as you can see, that tile is EO. And, unlike the rest of them that are DO, that's because that one triggers a special event. And the event that triggers, depending, when you jump on that tile, is determined by the good old room preset. You thought we had moved on from that. I'm sorry, it's still gonna come up again. So you can actually add 7F into any room and get the same earthquake effect. It's not like it's exclusive to this room at all. 7F is the first earthquake room, and tile breaking room, and then 8-9 is the second one. But I actually had a point to make about all this before we got to that point, and that was, say we don't want to jump on that tile, no problemo. Let's put some invisible tiles to help make our life a little bit easier. Where can I go here? We go up from this DO, I think. This one right here. Let's make this one CA. Oh, I messed that up. Pretend you saw nothing. We gotta go 2 tiles up. Let's make this one CA. Let's go over 2, and let's make this one CE. Let's go over 2 more and make this one C8. Because all of the invisible tiles kind of hover around this area. Again, my RAM map has so much more than I could ever possibly explain in this video. So if you want a breakdown of what every single tile value is and just different things, feel free to check it out. And of course, please feel free to share your own discoveries as well. But in my notes here, for example, I have that invisible tiles span from C8 to CF. But the reason there's so many of them is because they will spawn different things beneath. Like if we jump to this top one, it spawns the proper kind of ground graphic for when it's over top of a hole. Some of them will spawn kind of like the water, edge graphic beneath them, and those are the most common ones used in the game. Because again, I don't think there's ever an invisible tile actually used in the game over a black gap like this. They're only really used in water. So that's another one that's then never used. And this one has nothing below it. That would be great if it was a tile that was like right up against the wall or something, so naturally nothing should spawn beneath it. But this one, again, never saw it in there. Feel free to use the map viewer and see if you can discover anything. But with that, we have successfully bypassed the tile which sets off the earthquake and can get through the room without incident. Like, I tried my best to do a playthrough of the game and look at this the whole time, but then I start having so much fun that it's like, oh crap, I'm not looking at the map sometimes. So you may find things that even I've missed, and I encourage you to go have a blast with that. But just for fun, 7F EO, I'm just going to show you what happens if we cause an earthquake in a room that's not supposed to have one last time with the room presets. So let's make the preset to 7F, update that, go into this room, and I don't think I have cheats enabled. If I had a subscriber for every time I did that. Alright, enable the cheats now. Now it should work. See, interestingly, because we set the preset to 7F, it also puts the tiles where they normally would have been, the trigger tiles, and even that one in the middle of the room. So let's jump on that and see what happens. It's breaking them all. Even the ones that you can't actually see. So one of the last things I wanted to talk about. We've talked a lot about the presets and just, other random shenanigans happening in the room. What about the rooms themselves? I did show you that you could change the room number, and then, we went up into a room and it didn't look like the room it was supposed to be because we were overwriting that. But just like enemies and just like the room presets, there are actually 3 different groups of levels, and the one that you, or rather 3 groups of rooms. And the one that you get is determined by what value 133 is set to. So we, once again, might want to warp ourselves back. I should have just made a save state, probably. Like, this is like the most valuable save state right here because so many things are demonstrated. Now that we're almost done wrapping up, now I make a save state there. Just been having so much fun. I hope you have been as well. What was the point I was trying to make? Oh yeah, 133. We scroll way up. So, OD, if we set this to OD, that covers levels 7-1, 7-2, and 8-1. OE covers levels 3-1, 3-2, 3-5, 5-1, and 6-1. And then 11, or 1-1 as we see now, is level 1-1, 1-2. I think I meant to write 2-1. There's no 1-2. I'm sorry, that's not going to be how the video ends, but I do think you'll enjoy the final thing I'm about to show you in just a few minutes. 1-1, 2-1, 3-4, 3-3, 6-2, and 6-0, which is that kind of weird blue tunnel thing again, which we've gone over many times, but it's just so cool. I love talking about that thing. So if, for example, we switch this, do I need to hard code it, or can I just do like OE? Now, the next room that it loads is not going to be room 01 that we're used to, but it's going to be pulling the room 01 that's used with, that set that includes levels 3-1, 3-2, 3-5, 5-1, 6-1. So, now if we go in here, you can see it's no longer the first room of level 1-1. Those tiles and water that was in the middle are now gone, and this is now the first room of level 3-1 instead, not including the entrance stairs. I know it looks kind of similar. Normally it would have had a different tile set, but recall that the tile set is controlled by the room preset. So just by changing the room group, you're not actually changing the tile set along with it. So that room that we just changed the first room of 1-1 to was actually this room again, with the walls looking like the proper level 1 rooms. But it all ends up looking very similar in the end, I guess. Let's change this to something a little more interesting. OE, again, was all those levels I said. OD is where you get into space. Let's put a space room into a cave and see what kind of crazy thing we get. So yeah, this is the first room of 7-1. Again, not including the stairs. And it's funny that, you can kind of play it a little bit. Like, let's go up from here. Wow, this is actually really funky. I did not try this before we did the video. So then you get up here, look at that graphic. we all know where that's from. Hopefully if hopefully you watched the graphics section, because if you didn't, there is some really cool stuff in there. I highly recommend it. But yeah, look at that. So that's what it looks like if you fuse a cave and space thing together. Pretty crazy stuff. But speaking of space, and again, this is gonna freeze everything because the level knows that there's no room to that side. Speaking of space, I believe it's finally time, and I appreciate your patience so much. I hope again that was a little bit interesting at the very least. It's grand finale time. So again, I was talking about those room groups where you had 1-1, OE, and OD. I'm not going to go over which ones are in each one again. It's probably been on screen like 40 times by now as well. In 1-1, group 1-1, it covers rooms 00 through 6-3, all accounted for, gets glitchy after that. OE has rooms 00 through 6-9, no gaps in the middle, all accounted for, gets glitchy after 6-9. What's really interesting though, in group OD, rooms 00 through 14 are from 7-1. Rooms 30 through 3F are from 8-1. 7-2 starts at 1-5 and ends with 2F, but in the middle, 1-9, 1A, 2-6, 2-7, and 2-8 are never used. So these are rooms that appear in the middle of all that other level data, or rather room data, but never end up in the final game. And this is just like, yes, this is what we've been looking for. Potentially rooms from StarTropics that we have never seen. So let's hard code that the next room we're going to enter after going up here, let's do 2-6, which I believe is this one. All right, everyone, are you ready to see a room? No, 2-6. Update. There you go. There's the proof. Are you ready to see a room that is never featured in the original StarTropics? Here we go. Actually, I forgot that 7-2's first room is a wide room, and that completely ruined everything. So, just to keep you in suspense now, at the beginning of 7-1, are you ready to see Unused Room number 26? Here we go. It is a copy of the entrance staircase from 8-1. Of course, remember the enemy data and trigger data and such is still going to be the same as the first room of 7-1 because we didn't change that. We just changed the actual room appearance number. And yeah, look at that, a copy of the entrance of 8-1. Because just to prove to you all how 8-1 looks when you enter it. Here's the entrance to 8-1, of course saving our data. Got to keep that nice and safe. There you go. So 2-6, unfortunately, nothing brain-bustingly new, just a copy of an old level. But we still got the other ones to check. We still got those. Maybe 2-7 will fare us better. Let's get back to the beginning of 7-1. All right, everyone, 2-6 was kind of a dud, but this time, Unused Room 2-7. Here we go. Once again, an unused version of the entrance staircase from 8-1. Oh, I mean, it's technically an unused room, so there's that. But all right, this time we're definitely gonna get something interesting. 2-8, 2-8. This has got to be it. This has got to be the best room ever that hasn't been used in the original game. Let's go. And it's once again a copy of the staircase from the main game. So unfortunately, nothing just, incredible. It's technically an unused room, and one thing I really wanted to find when I set out on this journey was a room that never appears in the original StarTropics. And, we got that unused bonus room kind of preset, and we got this. So I guess that's just kind of how we're gonna have to, pack up our bags and live with it. Not the massive discovery I was hoping for, but You know, it's something that wasn't used. Oh, wait a second. We forgot to look at 1.9 and 1A. So let's have a look then at what Unused Room 1.9 of the Space Group is. It's a glitchy version of the Zoda boss room because, you know, normally this is a room that you enter when all the tiles are cracked, so it's a different tile set. But okay, weird. Let's try 1A. And what do we get? Oh, we get the second half of the final boss battle room. I mean, that's pretty cool, right? But wait a second. Wait a second. Something doesn't seem quite right. I can't quite put my finger on it. Let's go to the real final boss battle room. Alright, so we've got the cheats off right now. This is how the boss room looks when it's actually loaded. With nothing shenanigans going on. So here it is. Here it is. So no funny business, no rooms loaded. We get 4 tiles wide. What if we replace these rooms with the unused rooms? Let's go back to here. What is that going to look like? We have a center area only 3 tiles wide. This is an unused version of the final boss room. We did it, everyone! We found a room that is not in the original StarTropics. That's crazy. Why is there a smaller version of the final boss room? Let's get rid of that so you can see it in all its glory. I think you understand what that looks like now. But here you go, everyone. Like, why is this in there? I'm just blown away. I'm just blown away by the fact that after everything we went through, there is actually unused room data in the game for how much they seem to like try and, you know, they clean things up pretty well. Overall, there was not as much unused room and level data as I was expecting. Graphically, you know, I think we did pretty well. And you know, I think most games you're going to find quite a few unused graphics because there you go. That's, you know, the way things go. But the level data, they really tried to clean things up. But they did not get this one past us, everybody. We actually have unused stuff in StarTropics. Hidden for 35 years. Unfound until today. This is new StarTropics content if Nintendo's not going to give us the third one. That was the first new thing I've experienced in StarTropics since I played it a long time ago. And I accidentally forgot to disable that. So it would have looked like, you know, the exit staircase. But because we're not messing with the, you know, the presets, it should still have, you know, the level ending thing at the end. And there you go. That is StarTropics, uncovered, unveiled, everything out there for you to see. Wow. I just could not believe when that room, after everything I dug through, and it seemed like they didn't leave any unused levels or anything behind. But to actually find that, I just could not believe it. Why is there this different final boss battle room? It's just crazy. And I think it's so cool. So you've seen how I did it. If you want to get in there and experience the final battle that never was for yourself, I understand. I'm making a big deal about a room that's like slightly smaller than the one that's actually used. But it's so cool. Again, if you've been waiting as long as I have for new StarTropics stuff, you'll take anything that you can get at this point. And I think that concludes our dive into this game, which took way longer than I ever imagined it would. But I had a lot of fun, and I hope that you did as well. So in terms of some closing thoughts, I know that there's a prototype cartridge of StarTropics out there, but it's always been kind of ambiguous what stage of development it's from. Unfortunately, it hasn't been publicly dumped. But from someone who owned it previously, I think they said it seems pretty similar to the released version. I don't know how deep they've dived into it though, like if it's just they booted it up once and had a look, but didn't actually go too deep into it. Because StarTropics is so weird where it was supposed to release summer 1990, but for an unknown reason as of this point, it got pushed to December 1990, and it's obviously a summer game. So what really hurt it is, I think, the fact that it released, half a year in a season that it wasn't supposed to, which is really a shame because, if it had had the chance it deserved, who knows how big StarTropics could have become. But again, if anyone knows anything about that prototype, it'd be so interesting to see if there are any differences, like maybe some of those ending banks that are just repeat pictures in the final version would have had something different in it when that prototype was made. We just, don't know anything like that. Who knows? Again, some of those level presets that are glitched in this one, maybe they were still a work in progress at that point. Again, hopefully that pops up again one day. I at one point did message a person who said they had owned it at one point, but then by the time I messaged them, they no longer owned it, and unfortunately I think its current location is not known at all. And also Howard Phillips, of course, the big Nintendo guy back in the day, his name is even in the credits. He clearly had some part in doing this, and I would love to, if ever possible, hear from him in regards to what happened to that delay, and also the whole idea behind this Western exclusive NES game to begin with. Where did that idea come from? And just maybe more story behind how it came to be would be so cool. But with all that said, thank you all, everyone, once again for coming on this journey with me. I think this is now my longest and greatest video. It's certainly going to be my favorite game. How could it not be with everything that we've done here today? And once again, I encourage you all to take the tools I've provided and have a look, because I have absolutely no doubt that even in the final game that we got, there is still more to uncover. So thanks everyone, take care, and see you later.